everybody, let's go for another round of drawing new assets for my game. So this time we're going to finish the foreground assets. We're just starting with these leaves here. We need leaves for these trees. You see the trees here, they have some kind of leaf texture attached to them. You, for example, look at the trees at the background. So if you look at these leaves here, they are looking quite fine, but I think the leaves are not working out too much. They're okay, but if we compare these leaves to the bushes here, the bushes look just so much more better. And I'm really not giving up on making these leaves really look good, because the problem is not that I think this would work. It would work in the game. Actually, could put this in the game, use it, but I think we can do it a bit better. And the problem is, I know we can do better because we already have these bushes, and they look amazing. They look way better than the tree leaves here. So we are going to do it all over again. So we're going to start with drawing number 1. Oh no. I forgot to show it in the game. Here are the tree leaves. These leaves, as I said, they can look better. The bushes here, these are the bushes. They look way better than the tree leaves, and this is just telling me, okay, these leaves are okay. You could put them in the game, but they would never be as good as the bushes. That's not nice, so let's do it. Let's go and create some tree leaves and draw them. And these will be the last drawings for background objects, for assets. And then we will have to stop that completely and say, okay, no more, because I've been drawing the whole week now, and after that I need to get going. After I finish all these drawings, I have to take care of my background here. Now the current background is okay, but also it's very old, and nowadays I just can do better. It doesn't take too much time to draw a background compared to the assets, but this is all that I want to do today. So let's go. No more time to waste. Get my glove and let's start drawing. So the first thing, I have a layer here, a group here, and with this group, I can specifically just tell what I want. I usually use these groups for different parts of an object, and this is what I've tried and tested, what works out for me. The problem is, we will use a specific technique here, and we first want to make a sketch how our tree should end up like. Let's make first the shape. And these are the leaves. And we now want to create a bush that will fit inside of that. So what we are going to do is we are going to create wings. This is wing 1. And we are not going to stop until we have reached this form right here. Let me do another sketch. Just a copy of the first one. Make it very small, so we know where our starting point has to be. Actually, we can make another sketch. So we get some kind of help where we want to be, so that in the end we do not end up with another form that we actually did not want. This is something that actually happened to me, so talking from experience here. And it's not important that the lines here are blurry right now, because I'm not going to use them later. They are just for having some kind of help here. Okay, now I have room 1 here, and I can just start drawing. So we are going to try to be as fast as possible. The first layer is the hardest one. We're going for leaves with a lot of edges. Okay, wing 1. Let's wing 1. And now the next wings are just extending from the former wing. You see? Now they overlap, but this layer it will be later behind the first layer, so don't worry about that. Just have to make sure that the layers are in the correct order here. Wing 2, wing 3. Someone to look if my stream is looking alright. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to check if the stream is okay. Alright, sorry for a short interruption. Going to restart again. So, do we have outlines here? No. Okay, because we are going to have a lot of layers here, let's just go ahead and copy them a lot. Because we are going to end up with maybe 30 layers or so. So let's start with naming our layers. So I don't have to copy and paste the layer again and again. And in the end, this will look just like this bush here. It's the same technique, just looking a little bit weird now. But for me, it's also important that speed is of the essence. I need the speed. I have a need for speed, I would say. And I guess we are going for maybe 20 layers or something, just of wings. And drawing this can take up quite some time. But if we try to cheat and be lazy as much as possible without sacrificing quality, we can work smart here. Okay, I think that these are enough layers. Actually, so let's let's save this up, so we don't have to set up the layers ever again. So let's save this up into the other 3 files here. So later I don't have to copy and paste all these layers. Okay. Now, where are we? Okay, just have 2 wings. Let's go with wing number 3. Oopsie. Make sure the outlines touch at the end, so it will be easier to fill them out in the end. Now I'm getting a little bit big here, not sure if that's good or bad. Because it might be too big. On the flip side, that means that I'm finished fast and we still have a whole lot of wings to do. Okay, now we are getting too big. We need to be in scale. And making these wings just by hand, not taking too much time, as we see. And this of course now looks very weird and not like a good drawing at all, but in the end it will work out. Just trust me, I've done this before. Don't get fooled. I'm just trying to be efficient here. This is actually saving a lot of time. Make sure the leaves are affected by gravity as usual. Now we can try to get a little bit faster, because we are now in the zone where the player is not likely to look at. Inside of the hundreds of leaves, the zone we are in is not going to be that important. So let's try to speed up. If we do a mistake now, it's not important. And I actually think we are running out of wings a little bit. I think this will maybe even be more than 20 layers, maybe 50 layers. Interesting, didn't think that would happen. Where did I start? Oh, at the top, okay. And the next task after drawing all these leaves will just to fill them out with color, shade them a little bit, don't overdo it, and then apply some style on them. So this way you can really make the progress way faster. Now yesterday I tried to do this with a generated shape, and the generated shape did not look as good as the hand-drawn one. Even though the hand drawing is not something specifically hard to do. Not that I'm drawing the next generation of 2D graphics here, but it looks way better than the generated ones. So we need to stick with this method. Just tested it so much, and this is what works. So want to keep what works, I guess. Just have to make sure that in the beginning I pick a part where I can find the starting line. Because if I lose track where I started, that could actually cost me a little bit of time. Okay, these are a lot of wings. And now I don't find the starting line. I think I crossed it. Yeah, crossed it. Okay, next one. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that we will not be finished with 23 layers. So I'm thinking right now, should I maybe duplicate these layers and make them to 30? Or should I maybe first draw them and then look how they look when I film them out? I think I should duplicate them now. Would be wise. Yeah, that's better. Because I don't have to take a look at the final drawing. I've experimented enough with this method, so I know that it will work. I just want to make sure that I do have enough layers, and then it will work. It's a little bit of, yeah. I'm just very optimistic about that. Get something to drink. Just finished eating. That's why I was looking for some things at Amazon. Wanted to start streaming before 4 p.m. in German time. So to be a little bit faster, but barely didn't make it. First it was looking very good, like I would make it. I finished my workout very early in the morning. I had to do some shopping, some underwear, because I don't want to wander around in old underwear for too long if I don't have to. Even though underwear gets more expensive every year, just disgusting. Like, I have the feeling that like basic goods just cost me so much money, and I've started the year just by decreasing my life cost, my monthly costs as much as possible. It's still too expensive. So by finding a new internet provider, what is it called? Internet provider? Yeah, internet provider. It's a little bit cheaper. Making sure that my smartphone flat rate doesn't cost us more than 10 euros. Has enough gigabyte, and that the flat rate is up to date. And it's not too old. Because over time the flat rates get better, and my old one was I think 1 gigabyte flat rate for 8 or 7 euros, and every time I use more gigabyte I have to pay, and now I've basically the same flat rate but for 6 gigabyte, and I never need to pay something because that's not as much as I need. But with 1 gigabyte you get over that very fast if you just watch some YouTube videos. Now I try to be very to not be excessive with that, but it happens too fast with the amount of data that you use nowadays. So I was very positive when I took care of that. And now, of course, Ukraine war, everything gets a little bit more expensive. I'm trying to only buy vegetarian food, which is also more expensive. I need to take supplements. Actually, I need to take pills today. Let me take care of that before I forget it. Wait a second. Okay? Because I wouldn't want to eat more vitamin B12. B12 is what you usually get from fish, and I need to take this as a pill. So I don't eat fish right now, and it's also very common under non-vegetarian people that they need to eat B12. Now, in the end, you will always mess up with having the exact right nutrition score, perfect nutrition score inside of your body. But you can at least try. Let's get at least try to be healthy. Won't hurt, I guess. Okay, let's try to reach these two layers, this one and this one. I think the right side is a little bit off. To extend more at the right side. Then grow a little bit faster here. Now, will this look bad? Hopefully not. I think in nature, yeah, some trees also just grow faster at one side. So, with all the randomness that nature has, our eyes might forgive us that. And I forgot where I started again. What? What? Okay, now I've gone 2 times on the same layer accidentally. Let's do that again. Okay. The first one was just a test. If I can draw that. The text test was successful. Now we can actually draw. Okay, we have to start again. It's a little bit weird at the side here, the bottom. We're just trying to stagnate. Just a little bit weird. Where did I start this time? I still have a way more distance to travel. Here we are. Okay, now we want to reach this edge here with the leaves. So again, at the side, the leaves will be way bigger. And let's just hope that our eyes will forgive us in the end. And holy moly, it's getting cramped down here. Wow, I'm starting to tremble a little bit. Good. Okay, next one. Okay, now let's try to get to the next quarter. Means the right side will still need to grow faster. But at least the side down here can start to grow a little bit. I'm really excited how this will look in the end. Quite a little bit excited about that, I wanted to say. Now we have to start to be a little bit more precise. We are aiming for the half here. Let's aim for the half. We have to draw a little bit more carefully. Because the edges are more important than the middle part. This is more where the eye will rest, where the player will look at. Ooh. Okay, some of these leaves are not good. This will be interesting. Okay, now we are aiming for the last quarter. Okay, and now this will be layer. We will be aiming at this side here. So let's try to get through the edges. So I want to take more time here. Usually struggle with this part at the bottom because my hand is not in a nice position to draw here. And I also don't want to rest my hand for a bit because I want to get going. And here at this part here, I always start trembling. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, we are not finished. Whoopsie. Okay. Now we can erase all these layers that just hold information for us to help drawing. And because we are trying to make a 3D object, and the leaves at the edges are going to, there's going to be more leaves at the edges. That's why we are going to add 3 more layers at the side, just with leaves that are barely noticeable, to make the illusion that there's more leaves at the edges. Now I'm not sure how good this will work, but let's at least try. And I've forgotten where I started again. Okay. Was it here? Yeah, I got it. Okay, next 2 layers, and then we can start filling it with some color. Let's save, because yesterday I had a lot of crashes with Adobe. It was related to using another brush though. And my theory is that if you use certain brushes in Adobe, then Adobe is going to store the information of each drawing in a buffer, or save it in the file, and at a certain point the buffer will take up too much memory space and crash your drawing. This is what happened yesterday. It seemed like it was some kind of memory use problem. I can't confirm it. Don't have any way to confirm that this is exactly what happened. This is just what I'm thinking what happens. Okay. Where did I start again? Come on, why am I always starting at positions where it's hard to find the line? Okay, like this. Why don't I start somewhere just in the air? Just like this. Okay. And now we are going to make our last layer, and the last layer will be of leaves that are just barely visible between these leaves. So try not to extend at all. Just try to add more leaves behind the leaves. To correct my hand a little bit here. Now it would be wise to just turn the picture around a little bit. Yeah, that would be wise. With the correct hand position. Now, artists know what I mean. On the other side, I'm not a good artist. I'm more of a programmer. I'm average artist though, so yeah. Cannot make my living as artist, but I can make at least some money. And I have to check where I started again. Okay, I started somewhere here. Make this more easy to find. Now this is more easy to find. And now I can just pick this drawing here. More easy. It's easier to find. Sorry for bad English here. So now this looks like really some weird drawing or someone who is going insane. Sorry for that. But yeah, let's now select the outside. This 1 pixel smaller. Select a nice green color. And now with every time we do this, we go 1 layer up, and in the end we should end up with a brush just like this. Except that this is for a tree now. So let's try it. So, the other thing that I want to do is I want to start with a very, very dark color. Oopsie, forgot about that one. And then every time I go up a layer, I'm going to adjust my color just a little bit, so I get a little bit brighter each time. So here, now I click a little bit to the top. Now we should get a little bit brighter. I think I didn't... I think I made a mistake. Nani? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. But these layers are barely distinguishable. But let's ignore that for now. I think it's just because we don't go up that much in color. per layer. You can also adjust that layer later. And we have to be very careful with our color here. Because if you go up too fast in the color here, we go too fast up there, then we will end up with a brightness that is too high. Way too early. So I have to keep that in mind. But you can already see at the edges here that all the weird overlappings of the outlines have disappeared, and it's starting more to look good. And this is something that I learned with a lot of pain. Just yesterday, trying to generate this kind of shape without any sort of generation. Without drawing it by hand. It didn't work out at all, and it did cost me a whole lot of time. So don't want to go through that again. So we have a hole in the outlines here. Where was it? I think it was somewhere around here. Where is it? Looks fine. Need to take care of the music. Just drawing without music is not so nice. Something else with programming, but drawing without music, it's not necessary. Come on, where's the outline? There must be a hole inside of here. Somewhere. Oh, I see it. Here. That was hard to find. Okay, let me prepare. Because it's very hard to find that edge. Okay, it took a whole lot of time. Get back to business. Maybe this would be nicer to do in Adobe Illustrator. But every time I'm using Adobe Illustrator, I feel like I feel like some kind of problem is occurring every time I do something. It feels like you're just trying to do something just right and it's not happening. Really have a weird feeling with Adobe Illustrator. Now I know that vectoring is generally just a better method of drawing your stuff, especially if you are not sure at which size you're going to end up. But still, I feel in Illustrator I feel like the controls are a little bit wonky, and that puts me off. It just puts me off, to be honest. Oh no. I did color the outlines. No. No. This needs to be on a separate layer. What am I doing? Ooh. That's not good. I'm losing a little bit of time here for having to correct myself. See if there's another layer where I colored in the outlines. Hopefully not. Ooh. Okay, that was a close call. Well, at least I noticed this before it's getting critical. So no critical damage.
Smash through the blocks that bar your way. No time for fear, just let it all fall away. Nobody believes in me and you. Just look at the way they stare. So what if we live in a walled garden? As long as I've got you, then I don't care. Kick up the wall and take the plunge. Trip them through 2 dimensions. Up on the moon, we'll swim. Just lead the way. I throw my head in the ring.
Now I really love drawing. On the other side, how do artists do this all day? As a programmer, I can do so many things. And artists, they have to do these repetitive tasks all day. I guess maybe they then take a break and do some design or something. They really just get used to it and concentrate on what they are drawing. Maybe they love that. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation. But after that I will do some stretching. No one is going to take that minute from me. I have to be more careful with going up in the brightness because I'm already becoming too bright. Ooh. What? Okay. Okay, this layer is very unfinished. So it starts here. And there now. Yeah, I think I fixed it. No, I didn't. Okay, now I did it. Oh, no, I'm the wrong layer. Just want to check if I messed up the layering. No, I didn't. Okay, let's go again. I'm quite a little worried because this line here was duplicated, which definitely should not be the case. So maybe I duplicated the layer 1 after I drew it. And then forgot to remove the outlines. Now I don't know if any other layers maybe have the outlines of layer 1 on them. This is quite worrying. But I guess I can't do anything about it, so I guess just have to deal with it. I think I will end up with the maximum brightness anyway at the end. The good thing is I won't end up with the maximum brightness in the middle of painting. That's basically the first thing that can happen. Because now I can still try to make some corrections with the brightness later on. Oh no, I cut the outlines here and also here. Not here. Damn it. So I got to reset this. That's bad. Once we're finished, we will have a beautiful, nice looking tree. I think there's still some parts with my method that I could improve to be faster. For example, I always mess up with the base layer. Okay, now let's look at that. That looks so good. And it looked like shit before we did the layering. Not gonna lie there. Now the problem is with this, you still have to we now have to set up the effects on each layer because we want to add three-dimensionality to this, but we don't want to just draw every leaf now and give it some shadows. That will only be done with the center part because that's more important. The others won't have these two layers yet. They don't use them. They do have them, and that's not good. Let's improve this with the next drawing. But we ended up with a good shape here that is going to be inside of a tree. And you can actually take one of these, take two of these, three of these, and make them into a nice little tree later. Okay, now. We have 30 layers. And I'm really excited to give each one a nice little effect. Let's not edit this layer though. Let's edit a center layer. We're going to just do this with the color. Give them a shadow. Gee, kind of can't see now. No. Yeah, this is the shadow. Just a little bit of three-dimensionality. Now we have to set up these values here so that it looks good. That means finding the right size. I think this is a nice size, and now let's not apply a shadow. No, we need. I want both of these effects only on this layer. Do we want to have some kind of pattern on it? Maybe. I think this pattern looks fine. I can imagine this pattern looks okay. We just apply it a little bit and don't overdo it. Okay, now what we're going to do is copy this style, let's save. And now we're going to open all of these little groups here. This is something that we need to do different next time. I think next time we will have one group with only this is really something that I have to think about how we do this. It would be nice to have maybe one group just with the colors. We can apply this effect faster. Doesn't make sense from an artistic standpoint though. And the bad thing now is I have to specifically click every base color layer here. Is there a search function? No. No. Unfortunately, there's no search function. It would make it a little bit nicer. Because then I maybe could just find every base layer. Base color layer. Would make it a little bit easier to edit them. And I accidentally clicked without pressing control. Got to start all over again. Fun! Now I also should not use the shader light and shader dark layer. If I only need it for the inner two rings. For all the other layers, I'm not going to draw the shaders. Because that would take way too much time. You see how much time it already takes. And here we go. Now the next thing that we have to do is now we have to fold in all those groups. And the bad part is I won't have the time to edit these base colors again, because that's just such a tedious job. And it's not about being lazy here. I did this with the brushes all over again and again and again. Here's just a matter of time. So I have to get it right at this first start, or else I will take too much time per tree. Okay. 3 leaves. Now I think this is a little bit too colorful, but first I want to add our final touch here. This doesn't seem to do anything. That's weird. What? Oh, it's an... Oh. It's doing that on the side here. Adobe is also slowing down because I have so many effects at the same time. Yay! This is why Adobe shouldn't cost more and more money every year, so it can lag more and more. Okay, and now go for the final touch. This is before we find the final effect here. I'm going to adjust the color setting here a little bit. Because we are playing at night, cannot have too much saturation. Okay. And we can also try to get a little bit more of contrast. See how that looks. Okay, that increases the saturation though. Not sure if I'm seeing the correct picture right now because I have the feeling like Adobe is not updating. Okay, let's see if this is an improvement or not. A little bit. Well, the problem is I'm not sure if this is the really what we added here. Because if I go back and forth in the portrait mode, it's not changing anything. That means that we should maybe try to restart Photoshop. Photoshop seems to have a problem here. Maybe it's some memory allocation. And let's see if we now can edit this faster. Yes, now it's responding. Not really. It's not really responding very fast. It's just too many layers, I guess. This is annoying because now is a phase where you actually need to make sure that the drawing looks good. I think it's a little bit too dark. I think less contrast would be better. Yep, that might be fine. Let's compare this, though, to some good drawings. Where are the brushes?
Child. Hello, how's it going?
Hi, Ski Child. How are you doing? How is it going? Yeah, I wanted to quickly make more assets for my game. As I thought there's not enough assets in the environment. And so I said, let's make maybe in 1 or 2 hours more assets. I ended up with a week with drawing new assets. So these are all new assets here, and I think I now have 200 assets or so, which I can put into the game. So yeah, I'm trying to finalize the look of the game, And this is still experimental here, so I still have to set up the scripts for later, because if you jump, the height of the assets in the background is not changing. I have to do that. I have to look how I do the parallax effect. That's quite easier.
Wow, can't do art for my life.
Yeah, me neither. I just need to, and then yeah, somehow I get out of me. So yeah, I actually tried to regenerate some art. So what really worked out is generating these stones. These stones are generated, and I think they actually look quite good. These trees here, they are hand drawn. This is a hand drawing by me. Also this bush here. This is a stick that I found in the forest, and I just picked it up and made rotoscoping. Also, the leaves here are rotoscoped. So I used a wild mix of techniques to make these drawings work somehow. And then I tried to make the tree leaves. My first try of tree leaves, I'm not so happy with that. I see these tree leaves. I think they would be okay in but then I look at these bushes that I have hand drawn, and they look just so much better. And these tree leaves, they are actually generated in a fast method with the drawing pen that that has a leaf shape set up, and I did take a lot of time to generate these, and the result looks actually quite bad. So yeah, sometimes hand drawing is better, but if I can show you how many stones I have. So look at that. These are stones that I rotoscoped. Now I have a dark version of them. These are the same stones. Then I have minerals here. They are in grayscale, but in the game, especially if I turn on the light, you can see that I've set up the shader so that they emit some light. They are brightest parts, and I can now color them. Let me look at the shader. I can just set the color. Isn't that amazing? So later I can now I only have 6 crystals. I only need them for a few levels. So if I ever run out of ideas or variation, I can just mix in some colors. And that will be a nice little setting here. And I also can make the brightest parts here. I can make them emit a color here. Like, let's pick pink here. Now they are emitting pink color. And I can set up the brightness, how much they emit. So a lot of options that I have set up. So
Child, having them color cycle like that is a cool effect too.
Yeah. Maybe I should make a disco cave. It wouldn't fit the medieval setting, but it would be nice to have a disco cave. Maybe an Easter egg or something. Yeah. But having all these options now gives me a lot of artistic freedom later to put them in the game. And now I've just finished the sleeve tops. I'm trying to finalize the final look now, so that the brightness and the saturation matches up. And I need to compare these to the brushes and to the overall environment to get the right values out. And this also here, this vegetation, let me show you. This is actually a picture of some stuff that I just found at the forest, and I just rotoscoped it. I drew some lines by hand and added them, but most of it is just a filter to generate a lot of assets in a short time. And this is how I get this huge variety of assets that I actually need later. So now I can add some quality. I still have to set up a drawing brush in Unity that can randomly pick one of the leaves, for example, and put them into the environment. This is also something that I have to do. But, well, I can't do everything at once, I guess. And I want to show you something. Wait. Now I got a stone. This stone is, let me see. Right? I think that's this stone. I think it's the other side of the stone. Or is it? Or is it this side? No, it's this side. So that's the power of rotoscoping. And I think the next one, I think this is when I turn this stone around.
Child. Don't tell me you also have trees and bushes back there.
No, I didn't pick some trees out of the forest. I think that's illegal. No, I have some leaves here. I just picked them up. Now I've already thrown them away. I did that on last Saturday. On Saturday I was just running in the forest doing my workout, and then I was like, hey, why don't I pick up some leaves and look at the stuff that I have here in the nature and make up the environment with the stuff that I find here? Why don't I do that? And then I picked up all these leaves here. And all these stones, these are different stones by the way, most of them are just smaller, and put them into my pockets, and then I still had to run for half an hour to my home. And it was kind of embarrassing to pass all these people, and I had some sticks and stones growing out of my pockets, but I was like, okay, whatever, I need this stuff right now, and I do this for science. Yeah. And then I rotoscoped all this stuff. I hope that I could maybe make a cheesy method to generate some trees out of the branches. Here, these are sticks that I picked up, and I tried to make them look like actually the actual tree barks, but it didn't work. I tried to rotate them a little bit, so they could be the bark of the tree. No, not the bark. Let me look it up. The trunk. I tried to make them look like trunks of the trees, but even by turning them around, they don't look like trunks. It didn't work out, so I had to repaint them later. And yeah, this just generally looks way better than the rotoscope sticks. It's also fitting very well into the game. And today is hopefully the last day that I'm drawing. I'm drawing all these tree leaves again. I tried again and again to make them work, but this looks more like a bush. It's now a nice bush, but they were supposed to be tree leaves, but they just don't work. And now I finally have a good approach, and I think this will be the final product for the first variation of tree leaves, and I have to do 4 more of them. Yeah. Still have to do. I only have to make this a little bit brighter, and then I'm finished. So this is where I am right now. And because I use 30 layers for this, you see how slow Adobe is responding. It's like taking 3 seconds. Yeah, Adobe, Photoshop, Adobe. Sorry, Adobe. I always pronounce it wrong. Because in German, I'm saying Adobe since I'm a little child because I didn't know how to pronounce it correctly. And now I have this habit to pronounce it wrong. Whoopsie. And how are you doing? Did you try to do some stuff in Unity again, or did you take a break, or did some new projects?
Child. Doing good week is over.
Yeah. Well, weekends are always nice, I guess.
Child. I haven't gone back to Unity in weeks. As soon as I was back to
Yeah. I can understand that. Also, when I do have to work 8 hours per day and come back home, you have to do your stuff. You have to maybe do some sports. You have to cook. You have to clean your room. And that's how you don't get to do your projects anymore. At least I. Now right now I'm not having a full-time job. That's how I can spend so much time on the game and my projects. But after I have the full-time job, that's over. Each day is at least 9 to 10 hours. Sometimes no breaks. Not really healthy, yeah. So do you subtract the time you're eating from your work time, or is it included? Is it included or is it not? That's why I take little breaks. Not included. Oh, yeah, that's bad. I'm really a fan of 8 hours hard work, but lunch should be included, in my opinion. Half an hour break with lunch, and then just work as hard as possible. I think that's way healthier and easy and better for the motivation of the employees. When programmers, if you give them a good environment, they're going to work anyway. They do it for free. Mind you, we tried to do the 10 hours, so every Friday is off. I can barely do it. Oh, that's how you do it. Yeah, okay. So on average, you then get your 8 hours per day. Hi, Filzlaus. So then, yeah, then you have 40 hours per day. Yes, okay, that makes sense. But a lot of programmers just overdo it. Even though I'm not doing development anymore, we are an engineering company, but I don't think we are the forefront, the best engineering companies. As often developers find better pay or work environment elsewhere. Well, I think pay is not that important as long as it's fair, as long as it's enough to live from, and yeah, as a developer you want to you give a little bit more than so that they can have a good life, because developers need to be paid well nowadays, and it would not be fair if we would underpay them too much. But on the flip side, when I was speaking with some German companies, they did some lessons at our university when I was still studying, and they said they stopped using headhunters because the people that only come for the pay, and when they were headhunting people, paying them a little bit more than their current company is paying them, these people would stay for half a year and then get going to the next company, don't get a lot of stuff done, and usually don't have a high motivation. So I think, hey, as long as it's fair, it's not a factor. You just have to of course make sure that you pay enough so that the developers are not feeling underpaid unfairly. But I wouldn't go into the ways to pay more and more. It's like when one developer is getting 20,000, which is actually quite a lot per month. It's actually a little bit too much. Then giving him 3,000 more, it's not gonna increase his motivation or productivity anyway. In my opinion. Now most developers, I don't know how it's in Canada, in Germany they get paid about 4,000 to 5,000 euros. And in the gaming industry it's 1,000 euros less. Per month. So in Germany, usually in the industry, you get paid around 4,200 euros when after you made your master. That's normally when you're starting. Then it's going to increase. That's pretty good salary. I also think so, but compared to the US, it's nothing. In the US, game developers get paid 6,000 euros. I was quite surprised about that, and that's actually quite low. So I think the average is about 8,000, and I'm not sure if the numbers are correct, but that's what I did read about it when I was trying to find some information. I was quite surprised how much money they make. And actually, whenever I was finishing my master, my first thought was maybe I get a job as a junior programmer and I would be paid maybe 2,500 euros per month. And then I found out how ridiculously high developers are paid in starting. I'm not sure if that's correct. I have to get more experience, but yeah, also got. No, I cannot talk about. I cannot talk about which company wanted to pay me how much, but I can say the numbers that I told you before are correct. without going into specific companies how much they want to pay. And I was quite surprised how much they are willing to pay. Now, of course, in the big companies, they usually pay newcomers a little bit higher than smaller companies in Germany. And in Germany, you have a lot of small companies. Most of the power in Germany, the industrial power, comes from small companies. And if you work for one of these smaller companies, it's said to be quite entertaining and nice. The only thing there is they don't pay as much. Then you will earn maybe around 3,000 euros, 3,500, if you can make that. But you will have much more freedom, and they will make sure that you don't overwork and everything. Where in big companies, you usually have unhealthier conditions. Now, in your case, I don't know if what they are doing is unhealthy or not. I think you're doing 40 hours a week. It's quite okay. That's what we need to do. But if that's a good system or not, I don't have any idea about that. Now I'm watching a lot of videos. No, not anymore. But I did watch some videos of John Carmack, and he's a game developer. For those who don't know, he's a game developer. He did Doom, he did the Quake engine, and he also used to work for Oculus Rift and make VR. And he used to work for Facebook and help them with Meta. And he said he's also someone who works 13 hours a day and programs 13 hours a day, but after that his code gets just messy and he can't code anymore. So I think he was working 12 hours or 11 hours. The days are too tiring. I just need more breaks, but that means working on Friday. But trying to do that more, not the end of the world to lose the 4 days per week. Yeah, I know when I'm coding hard and really working hard. After 8 hours, I'm finished. And from my experience inside of companies, when you're just sitting there in your small little room, and they put you in there, you get your chains. No, you put under your chains and should start programming. That's not what it feels like, but you're just going there and program for 8 hours straight. No breaks, no Facebook, no music, no everything. And I can be very productive in that time if I just concentrate on the task and get used to it. Sometimes takes a lot of time to get used to watching all the tutorials and stuff. I was making web pages in Unix, Ubuntu, with the Ubuntu environment, and you get a lot of stuff done in that time. But after 8 hours, reading all these tutorials, where half of them are too old and the others don't work, and then you have to try to come up with a solution by yourself, and you have no idea what you're actually doing, especially at the beginning. The 8 hours I was so finished. I often was just staring at my monitor, not knowing what I was doing. Go unsatisfied home, get my sleep. And then when I came back the next morning, I was sitting in front of my monitor and was like, oh yes, that was so easy. And I now have the idea. Sometimes sleeping just solves your problems. And I just love that. And that's why I'm not a big fan of overworking, because I just know from my own experience that if I work hard, then I can't work more than 8 hours. But the condition is you have to work hard. So if I, for my example, just draw, I can draw for 16 hours a day. Speaking of that, I have to get going. Now, I want to compare this to the brushes that I made. And let's just see if the colors match. So this brush is a little bit brighter. And the overall brightness is way higher. Okay, let's put in the next brush. I think this brush also very interesting. It's a little bit hard because it was lagging because I put in too many layers. I could just get a better PC, but too many layers, every PC is going to lag somewhere, so I don't think that's a good solution. This one is greener. I guess there's only one way to find out if this is a good drawing. Save it up, make it PNG, and put it into the game. Now I could also try to adjust this inside of the game, but I don't want to use too many shader graphs. At some point, I think if I edit everything, at some point it could get into a problem. Don't know how much resources it uses. Actually, I want to look that up. Put these in the foreground, and I say it's beautiful. I think this looks way better than the old ones. Yeah. So let's maybe try to use this as for the top of this tree here. And this would be a little bit bigger. Yeah, I think it's looking fine. So let's try it out in the game. And okay, now the crystals are a little bit too shiny, but we don't care about that. And I think the trees are beautiful. Now even with these, I think we have thousands of leaves here, and they are still too big. If I jump into this tree, they are looking more like some cactus. But we can easily fix it if we have multiple leaf textures, leaf sprites, because what we can do then is, instead of using one big bush for the tree, we can just use multiple of those. And then pretend that this is a tree. Okay, let's try that out. Yep. And then we will apply some movement to the leaves, but this is something that I can only do if I hurry up now. So, let's get going. Close this and make the next one. This time I want to make a fresh new start. Yeah, I'm not only going to draw outlines and base color. Now I want to sketch the shape of this tree leaves. So these will be our treetop. Okay, this is our sketch. And what we are now doing is just make this smaller and smaller. So we later have some kind of help when we are drawing our shape, so that we end up with our desired result. And then we can have our beautiful, amazing treetop. Okay, now let's adjust the opacity. Oh, it's already 50%. That's nice. Correct. And now I need 30 layers of these wings, which is going to create quite some time. Okay, now I need to name all these layers. Actually I could just leave them like that, but I'm too proud. What about working hours? When I'm, for example, doing work at until 16 o'clock, and then start streaming. After 16 o'clock, I still need to eat, I still need to do my workout and maybe clean the room or buy some stuff. And usually when I start streaming, it's around 21 o'clock, so 9 p.m. It's quite late. Then I can just stream for maybe a couple of hours, 3 or 4 max at max, and I usually don't get much done. And this is why it's important to just work a lot. This is where I really feel, okay, 4 hours of working each day is not enough. Need to take in way more hours than 4 to get your project done. Well, I need that. And the only other times that I have that is when I'm working at weekends or days where I don't have to do much work, because I finished my working hours. And especially as a programmer, I feel like just doing a lot of hours has a lot of benefits, just because you don't get much done in 4 hours. And then there's also people who want to talk with people in the kitchen when they're making their coffee. There's people who just take a lot of toilet breaks. So everybody is an individual. Not every, I mean, not working 8 hours straight is and not doing anything else at all is in the end very tedious. But it has the benefit that people will at least tell me then, hey, you're doing a good work in your work time. And be complimentary. It's also something very, very rewarding. So, okay, enough of these supplements. And I take this more as a compliment when I was asking, for example, hey, how was I doing? They, hey, we had people who were working for us, and in the end we were asking, what was he doing at all? And you're absolutely not that kind. You're doing your stuff. They're doing great. So for me, that's enough to just keep working. On the other side, I have to make a living. That's also a good reason to work. But I think in the end it's more the good reason that should keep you working. The good reasons like you want to help people, you want to do something that's maybe going to be good for society, or help someone fulfill his dream. Or you generally just like what you're doing. Well, that's not always the case. And it can also be bad if you're just working and in the end get frustrated. Because you know what we are doing there is not really that important. It's just some guy. You're just working for some guy who is getting a lot of money out of your work. And you're just going to be paid a fraction of it, and what you're actually working for is just for some rich people so they can enjoy their lives. That's not the kind of work that's actually fun. But it can make you feel important for just working with rich people. I think that's why a lot of people work for rich people, because they can then just feel important to say, hey, I work for this and this guy, he's very rich and successful. I'm in the high society. Yeah. Well, if people like to work like that, that's their thing, not mine. I'm more into, okay, this project is has some technical difficulty and I want to solve it. But I don't want to blame to just blame other people for what they are doing. If it's work, we have to make a living, and not everybody can in the end do what he likes to. It's one of the realities we have to face. On the other side, we shouldn't do things that are not useful for humanity and are maybe even harmful for society. It's also not good. And there's a lot of exceptions. There's a lot of exceptions, but there's also a lot of projects which are not going to make this world cleaner. And I don't want to be part of a project, for example, that harms the environment. I know that this is just to make a lot of money, but in the end we might destroy someone's home or something. That's not nice. And in Germany I never had any project where I had the feeling like, okay, this is going to harm the environment, but you never know. You might get into the situation and to prepare for that. The jobs that I actually had in Germany are all environment friendly and such. I even did some work for the for some German ministry. Was in Ethiopia and just building some solar panels there, and our mission was to make sure that after we leave the country that we leave some knowledge, so next time they need to build solar panels, they can do it themselves. I think that was a nice idea, but unfortunately my boss was, I would not say an asshole. He was not an asshole, but he had issues. And his issue was that he was easily falling into anger. And I remember how he was screaming at his monitor just because some Excel file wouldn't open. I can understand, it's very frustrating that sometimes files are not doing what they are supposed to do, but you shouldn't stare at your monitor and scream at it because you have some kind of error. It's not going to make your life better. And he knew this. And in the end, I knew that I couldn't handle this for too long and left. Because that was not in a time where I was feeling confident about my work. Was still still just starting to study, and this was a very, very bad negative experience. And he also didn't pay me well. It's also something. Well, I was supposed to start just as a low employee and then go up the ladder, but for all the work that I did there, I only got paid a couple of euros, 100 euros. And I was working there for months, and he even underpaid me, and I had to sue him. Yeah, that's... He didn't do it on purpose. He just forgot how much he had to pay me. And then I recalculated what I got paid and just saw, okay, this guy just paid me half of the money that he actually should pay. So when I sued him, I could settle it, and he did pay me half of what was missing. And we made a compromise there just to settle the issue, and I didn't want to have any beef with him. I just saw that I didn't get my pay.
Child. Well, that sucks.
Yeah. This is one of the things why I never did get a lot of money, because I had a lot of struggle into getting into the job. Somehow got very unlucky with my first jobs. The thing about him...
Child. My first job accidentally tried to kill me.
What? Accidentally tried to kill you?
Child. There was some chemical spill emergency and they almost evacuated without getting me.
Oh.
Child. I was in a soundproof room.
Oh. How did you get out? And how did you notice? Someone realized there was a kid back there. Okay, that's lucky. Good that you were not forgotten. Else you wouldn't be here. That must be quite a situation. Okay, now let's add leaves and leaves. What I'm doing here looks kind of ugly, but later when I add the background layer, it's going to look better and better until we have the final result. Not the outlines just overlap, so it looks like kind of weird. It's like kind of some psychopath is making his drawing. I'm not sure what I want to say about that. But luckily for me, I don't think I will ever be a psychopath. What runs in my family is more narcissism, which is also quite dangerous. But I'm more for other people, not for me. It's still not a good thing to have. It's just my mother is very authoritarian and believes in authority. You should. Back then, she always told us she has to be the strong leader in the family, and we have to obey her, and all of that kind of bullshit crap. And that turned my sister quite into a narcissist. She also believes in things like you have to show dominance. You have to show how strong you are and make sure that you're the boss. Don't take orders from anyone. And if somebody disobeys, you have to use your character in some way to make him do what you want. And this can lead to abusing people. Like she's not hesitant from being dishonest at all. Like everything that you can do. Is allowed to reach your goal. We have a pretty good dysfunctional family. So what's that supposed to mean? Dysfunctional? Do you mean dysfunctional with just different from normal behavior, or something very specific? Absent father, crazy sister. Ooh. So, did your father get the milk? Abusive, strict father. Oh. No, mentally absent. Okay. My father is emotionally very he has no empathy. He lacks empathy. That's his flaw. He's very he's emotional, can be normally emotional, but he lacks empathy. That's really what is the biggest difference outside of my family. I think I'm one of the only guys in my family that have strong empathy. My sister is too much thinking of herself to know how others would feel. And my mother has, I don't know what she has in mind, but she never seemed to have a high level of empathy. Same here, father had no empathy. But the guy who really has no empathy in my family is also my father. He's trying to be very logical, but I think he's not really a good logical person, to be honest. So the story is like this. They used to call him Spock in the university because he's very good at repairing, and he likes to win every argument, and he likes to sound logical. But the problem with his logic is, once he starts losing an argument, he will start making up things to win the argument. It's not about what's actually logical, it's just about winning the arguments. That's something that was in him when he was a child already. His mother actually told me that even in school he always wanted to win every argument and never wanted to lose. And she said he actually never lost the arguments because he was just good. And I think this got him a little bit. This made his ego too big. Now he has this big ego that he cannot lose any argument because he's so intelligent and logical, and makes up a lot of bullshit where people just go away and say, okay, that guy doesn't say anything useful at all because he's making up things just to win this stupid arguments. He has said a lot of things that are quite not scientifically correct. I mean, remember every time when I told him something from physics or from other sciences in school, he would start arguments about how materials are made and completely contradict what was in the science books. And a lot of this stuff are just rumors that spread in the breaks when he was working at university. Now he was not he was just working as a mechanic. But he, for example, said things like glass is flowing. And that's a rumor that is taught a lot in universities, like glass is flowing, and the proof is supposed to be that because in medieval cathedrals the glass is thicker at the bottom than it is at the top. And that's also the argument he used. The thing is, it's completely made up and not true. People in the medieval times actually made the glass thicker at the bottom so that it would fit into the windows of the cathedrals. They thought if the glass is thicker at the bottom, then it will less likely fall out of the window and hold longer. Don't know if you ever heard that one, but it's always that he just hears some rumors and brings them up in arguments, and he can then defend them for hours and hours and just make up a lot of stuff just to sound logical, but actually he doesn't have a clue. And it's quite annoying. Some old churches are, but it was on purpose, not because glass is a liquid, which is strange because it's really easy to research that. Yeah, because he didn't research that. He didn't. He just heard that as a rumor in his breaks, or it's just things that spread at university from some students or people who work there. And they talk about that, and that is fascinating, and he's spreading that, but he actually doesn't have a clue. And if you argue with that, yeah, get prepared to have an hour-long discussion about nonsense. Because it's not about if this is logical or not. If you would tell him, yeah, actually they did it on purpose, it's about winning the argument, and that's so annoying. I hate that so much, because just discussing with someone to win an argument is, in my opinion, a waste of time. I want to gain knowledge, I want to spread knowledge, or maybe have a good thought or something to enhance my knowledge, my understanding of the world. But I don't want to win arguments. It's not how it works. And it's also once in my sister. Very strong. He should have been a lawyer. Winning an argument is the whole job. Yeah. My sister would be a good lawyer. She's also good at making up stuff. But my sister could make pitches or something. Something where you have to pressure people. So, but she couldn't be a police force though, because she would just try to. She would probably get the wrong guys and into prison. It's unfortunate. The thing with lawyers is they have to study a lot. So my father wouldn't do it because he's a boomer. And he had his job. He's now having his rent. I think the best job for my sister would be an agent. Secret agent. Because she wouldn't have any hesitation to kill. She could pressure people, spread rumors. Okay, now I'm being a little bit unfriendly here. So maybe I should not talk about my sister. There's a whole lot of there's a longer story behind me and my sister, and this is very personal. And the problem is that because my sister really can make my blood boil by arguing over and over, and she also uses a lot of swear words, and insults you. That's why I feel like it's really hard for me to stay neutral about my sister, and that's why I usually avoid her at all costs. So yeah, I'm also not doing much with my family, even though my family wants to do something with me. But I'm got a little bit sick of that. same. I have two sisters. One I'm close to, and one that I can't really manage to get along with. It's unfortunate. I really wish I could get along with my sister though. Would be nice to have a nice sister. But I guess I have to just deal with it. Sometimes we can't have nice things. And in the end, I have to make sure that I myself don't take any damage. It sucks cause the one I'm not close to, the one with my nephews, I like hanging out with them, but I tend to stay away. Oh. It's sad. I can't deal with the extra drama. So with my sister is that she just doesn't like nerds. My sister likes more to party and hang out with tough boys and yeah, it's those who make a lot of money very fast. And generally she's also very jealous of me because she thinks I got too much attention. I don't know what it is with your sister, though. Ha! I'm the only nerd in my family, with the exception of my cousin. Well, in my family, I could call my father a nerd. To an extent. As I said, he's more pretending to be nerdy than to be really be nerdy. He's more of a typical alpha guy. If you know these definitions. My sister grew up very spoiled. She got away with everything. Oh, don't say that. Spoiled. I actually don't think that being spoiled is bad. I don't think that's the cause of being not a nice person. I think having a lot of stuff from when you grow up can still not keeping you from being a good person. It's more the situations that you get in and how you view them. That's making you a bad person. And my sister also got a lot away with a lot, seeing how abusive she was. Because she was also very violent and calling names. And I mean with violence, really physical violence, real violence. That has nothing for me to do with being spoiled. I just think that my parents didn't inherit her with a good worldview. That's I think what matters. I don't mean material things, I mean not disciplined, allowed to treat others badly. Yeah. Shows today because she's doing the same thing with two her kids, and one of them is already showing behavior problems. Oh yeah, my sister also has kids now, and I don't know, but I can't say anything about that because I don't meet her kids a lot. Her husband turns out to be fine though, even though I think her husband stuck with her because my sister got pregnant, and I think her husband sticks with her a lot because of the kids, and now has just accepted that they are together. But now he's trying to do his job. Only 2 days into school, and he's gone to the principal twice for hurting kids. Oh no. I'm working with kids in sports. I have a trainer license, and having kids that hurt other kids is very rare. So there's a lot to go wrong. So it must be something. It sounds really serious. It's really, or let me say, is an indicator for something very serious. The only thing that worked with my sister that really helped me was really to confront her. When she was spreading rumors about me, and I was just going to her and I said, hey, you said this and this about me. I think she just straight up told my neighbors that I'm a lazy student, and I was going to her and was saying that this is not what you should do. It's very incorrect behavior. And of course she wouldn't accept this, she wouldn't excuse. She would actually then repeat what she said and be proud of it. And yeah, I really escalated the situation then by saying that she can't do that. What if I would spread rumors about her, and you should try to imagine how that is. And yeah, she really was scared after that. But now that is not something that will work every time. But I found out the only thing that keeps my sister at bay, and also my mother a little bit, when she's crossing borders that should not be crossed, is to scare them. And I'm not really proud of that, because scaring someone is not a good strategy, in my opinion, in the long term. Just the only strategy that has worked with them. Now, it was really easy to have an aggressive tone when they are around, not gonna lie there. But it was also in front of other people, and I think that's really what people who cross borders never want to receive. For my sister, one of the most important things is how people see her, and to have a good reputation. And when you confront her in front of everyone, very aggressively, and repeat what she said again and again, and scold her for her behavior, the next time she will be more hesitant. So it's kind of how you educate a child, and I really don't like that as an idea. That's very undemocratic. I think you should only do this in rare exceptions, when somebody really crosses too many borders. No violence, by the way. I never use violence. So, what? Let me read that chat. I think it is, and she doesn't seem to be very concerned. That's with a lot of people. They are not concerned about things they should be concerned about. I think it's because it would maybe hurt their view of themselves. And the main line is that in their minds, they have a deep logic applied to them that what they did is that they did nothing wrong. And they have a whole world around that. And to simply say I did something wrong would actually sometimes crush their worldview. And that's why they avoid that. That's kind of childish. I think one of the most important things is to just say, hey, I do a lot of mistakes every day. I actually say that. I do mistakes every day. On a daily basis. And I don't have any problem to admit that. I think for me it is more weird to say I don't do any mistake. That's for me something that rings an alarm. Because if somebody says I did nothing wrong, X, Y did nothing wrong, that's a good indicator that they are protecting them from something. Some people who say they did something wrong and or just don't want to hear it, compensate something. Very true. And I also say that my view there could change a little bit. So the first thing I can just say, this could also be wrong, and I just see it like that. So there's always room for improvement, even in my worldview. And but with aging, at least I have started to be more confident in my worldview. Lately I've just looked into philosophy a little bit and just found out that there are some philosophies that have the same view that I have created in my head for myself. And this is why I really liked, for example, Stoicism. Stoicism is a really good summary of my thoughts. No, it's not. It's not my thoughts, but it was when I was reading Stoicism. I was saying like, hey, that is very much fitting what I am saying. Now I'm not 100% a follower of Stoicism, but I was just surprised how many of things were matching my worldview. Because it's just about, do you try to be something good in the world, do your best, and concentrate on the things that you can change, and not on the things that are bad and you have no control about. Concentrate on the things that are under your control. Focus on the things that are under your control, and then try to be the best person that you can be or could become. Try to value virtues, and if you need to die, for example, for protecting someone, protect your child, your family, or some people that you want to protect, hey, then you will die. That's as easy as it is. That's how hard Stoicism is there. But I found it very very interesting what worldview they have. And sometimes it's just nice to hear something else than what my family says, like just be authoritarian and have a strong charismatic ego, and then you can just force your opinion on others. That's not my style. It's just not my style. There's some philosophies that actually can enhance you in just becoming stronger in your influence of other people. Nietzsche. If you want to have a strong ego and be able to push yourself over others, then read Nietzsche. Nietzsche is about the Übermensch, the supreme human, and how you can also become part of the supreme human society. I think I should decrease the size of ring 0 as ring 1. And on the other side, I haven't read all philosophies, so maybe I just like Stoicism because it's one of the first view philosophies that I have encountered so far. Yeah, I think this looks more natural. So now we have 2 variations. Just a couple more to go. Okay, number 3 now. There's also that kind of philosophy. What makes a good person? What is the sense of life? And about the sense of life, I can just say I don't really care what the sense of life is. It's maybe what you make it to be. So what's a good person? Also something that everybody would maybe from their heart, from the bottom of their heart, answer this differently. Some people would say, hey, a person that gets rich, like Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump is a good person, just to be clear. But I think there's a lot of people who think he's something you should look up to because he got rich. Yeah, that's about it. In my opinion, of course, Donald Trump is not a good example for a good person. A good person would be someone who would sacrifice himself for the good of others. I don't know someone who did this in real life though. Because they're all dead, I guess. Maybe that's tied to morality for sure. Someone who is vested in the well-being of those around them. But then again, what if you can't be invested about the well-being of those around you? Because you know that there's no one around you that is worth your time. Or that those people do bad things. And that you shouldn't support them. Good point. I'm also contradicting everything that I said before, by the way. Now, I actually don't think that somebody, for example, who's just one with nature and lives for himself but doesn't hurt anybody and just lives his life, that can also be a good person. Maybe if he's just nice to everybody and be positive, even if it's just positive to himself and everything. But when he makes sure when he dies that the world will still be a better place. Not because he's dead, of course. Because of his influences. Now, unfortunately, that means for me, I'm making my own game right now, which is more because I just want to live my fantasy. But I'm not doing something good for society right now. Maybe I'm a bad person. Oh no. It would still apply that he is acting in for the general wellness of his environment. But you still have to interact with other human beings at some point. Yeah. I think trying to view humans in isolation is nearly almost 100% theoretically, because yeah, you're not going to be stranded on an empty island anytime soon, and those people who do, usually they just die. So I don't think it's important for us. And I think there's a German teaching: you cannot not communicate. You ever heard that one? You cannot not communicate. You always have to do something with other people. You can't go around. You can't live on a hill, have your little internet set up there, and live your life as a programmer. Somebody still has to make sure you get your food. You may have to go and buy your food. You can't go just hunting it in the forest. What if you run out of it? And you might want to get some packages delivered by Amazon when your PC breaks down. So in the end, we are not isolated. Actually, if we would live on a hill and try to be and pretend to be isolated, I think that could also be a property of a very bad person, because that person would not care about what is happening around him, trying to shut him off from reality. So yeah, I guess for a human, it's really important to get along with other humans, to be able to not harm them, at least. I don't think that you have to try to be good to every person. What if you're handicapped? If you're handicapped, you won't have any control about what's happening to other persons, because you're too much, or maybe too worried about yourself, and have to be if you're handicapped. Then you can't help others, and I think that's okay. But if you're handicapped, you could still try to be a good person, with trying to still try your best and make the best out of yourself for the time you have. Be right back. Have to reload my browser. No problem. Take your time. Okay, so the next layer is supposed to touch this helping line here. Welcome back. So in the meantime, I was doing, more lines. Actually, I will take a whole lot of time until I finish all these tweet drawings, but it has to be done. So this is quite a monotone task, to be honest. And I'm already, I said I wanted to stretch. Oh yeah, that's nice. I'm already feeling it in my back because I'm sitting in the same position for a long time. That my back is trying to tell me that I need to switch my position, but I can't because I need to draw. I'm also doing Flight Simulator at the same time, and my plane went into an inexplicable stall. I recovered. I think the default planes are still buggy 2 years after release. Oh man. Yeah, I've heard that there's a lot of bugs in the new Flight Simulator. I think it's is it Microsoft Flight Simulator you're talking about? And the graphics just look amazing. I have no idea how bad the bugs are. Thing is, today it's kind of hard to trust reviews anymore, especially if they come from users, because they tend to be hypercritical of everything nowadays. Every series that comes out, I'm just watching The Witcher 2 for example, and the series is fine, and then I saw the reviews, and on Rotten Tomato it got review bombed for no reason at all. Then the users want to be critical of it. Yep, the new one. I stopped for a long time because I was being frustrated. It was hard to it was hard going back to the old graphics. Oh, last time I played Flight Simulator was with a friend. He's quite a fan of planes, and he really played Flight Simulator with a joystick. That was quite a joy. But this was really 10 years ago. After my cross USA trip, the default Cessna, I'm going to try buying a quality plane and see if that helps. If you have a full rotors, much better to control the plane that way. Well, you could also go into the real Flight Simulator. How about that? How about you just buy a plane and place an LED screen outside, and then you control the game, the Flight Simulator, with a real plane. True. I did that twice. Went out some simulator time. Oh. And I did used to work for a company that made simulators, but never got to actually use them. Oh, that's... Did you ask? It's really something to just ask the people, can I use this try out the simulator? I mean, it really costs some courage. But you can say for research. Yeah, they did a demo once, but I was doing code for the backend. They don't let the devs go often. The simulators were reserved for testers usually, and the crews building them. Ah. Seems like there was already a lot of people who wanted to play these simulators, which is understandable, of course. Now a little bit unfortunately that you didn't get your share. Given that you're playing Flight Simulator right now, couldn't you maybe just sneak in a task and say, hey, I need this to test the backend. I need to make a test. Stay until midnight and go cozy on my own. Yeah, you can say you need to fix something. It's you found a bug. I actually never used to work at a company where I was tempted to try something out, as far as I remember. What I had in one company, they had these, they had console games in the break room. Room for breaks, but I never got into gaming while being at work. I just felt like that would be weird if I would just go and play on the console right now in front of the other employees. It's not that I'm hesitant because I'm ashamed. I just felt like it wouldn't be good for my for myself, because I'm here to work, not to have fun. On the other side, I saw at a company that they had a room just to do power naps, and that's something that I was really tempted to do, because I'm really a fan of power naps. I think power naps are a very strong tool to enhance yourself. My geeky cousin worked as a game tester. She played games a lot, and I'm sure it wasn't as fun as it sounds. The most known game she worked on was on Saints Row in the third. Was Saints Row? Third, yeah. Okay, Saints Row testing, yeah. That's quite interesting. Unfortunately, I live in a smaller German town. There are some companies nearby, but it would take me 2 hours to drive there, or by train. Actually, right now I would prefer to go by train, because it's not good to use as much gas. I'm more of a bicycle and train guy, if possible. Unfortunately, the German train system is not known for being on time. Sometimes they take half an hour more than they actually should. It's quite annoying. If the system works, it's quite nice. If the train system works, it's really better than driving, actually. But the frequency of errors is just too high in the German system. Aside from that, just Google up where you want to go and take a train. Normally I can just with the train system in Germany, I can just take my phone, go to a train station, and then Google up where how I actually get there. And then it will tell me, yeah, you have to take this and this train to get to my destination, and there, that's pretty much it. But I think every fifth train is not on time. I always had the impression that the train set in Germany was very punctual. Well, it depends compared to what you compare to. Our bus system is very good. With buses, you normally they are always in time. They might maybe arrive 5 to 10 minutes later if there's just a traffic jam. Nothing they can do about that. But I think that's understandable. But the train system, that's a system that is actually not having a good reputation under the Germans. So I think internationally compared, it's still doing okay, and the Germans are also relying a lot on trains. Most Germans drive a lot by train. I don't think there's a German who has never come by train anywhere. But it's not as comfortable as with the car, and that's something that we really have to work on if we want to improve our environment and do something for it. Like in the Netherlands and in the Swiss territory, the trains are just better. And if it can be done, we should try to improve ourselves. Oh no, I did it again. Yeah, I was painting 2 times on the same layer. Shouldn't do that. Damn it. Compared to my experience in Canada. Okay. Yeah, in Canada I heard that even some big cities don't have trains at all, and I was like, but how do you travel then if you don't have trains? I mean, do you always just take the car or something? I mean, wouldn't that lead to a lot of traffic jam if towns with over 100,000 people don't have a train station? It's something that's kind of weird about Canada. I mean, therefore Canada is very good in green technology, except if it comes for trains. My last city didn't. Yep, bus or car. Some American cities, car is the only way to go. Not even any sidewalks. Yeah, I heard about that. That's very American. Now we Germans also used to copy the style of the Americans. Oh, let me first say to our punctuality. Germans are actually known for being punctual in Europe. I was working with Italians and Polish people and Spanish people. The Southerners, they are actually not very much on time. Not just the buses. The people are actually often arriving too late to workshops. We were having a youth exchange. The Italians were always a little bit too late. The Polish people, they are alright. They are hard-working people, good people, but they were average. And the Germans, they arrived 5 minutes before the workshop starts, or 10 minutes earlier. And I think it has something to do with that in Germany, you're not on time, you're marked as lazy. German is right on time and Finnish is right on time. It's also something that is very much in the German culture, that German have to be hard workers. It's just, yeah, that's just is. I'm not saying that it's good or bad. It's just a lot of culture. Maybe it's better to say be a harder worker than to say don't try it all. So I guess it's not bad. But what we are bad at is we also have a lot of sidewalks, and we have a problem that we in the 60s and 70s, when we built our cities after World War II, most of the cities were just trash, completely destroyed. There was nothing left, so they rebuilt their cities, and they could build whatever they wanted. And of course, at that time, car culture was the thing of the future, and they built everything so you can go there by car, just like in America. But what was different from America is the Germans were not as rich as the American after the World War. They were having an economic boom, but there were still a lot of people going by bike and by foot. And the German design took this into account. That's why we still have sidewalks everywhere. And since we have a lot of sidewalks, the safety of pedestrians is much higher than in other countries, especially America. But what we kind of missed, at least in my region here, is because we did a lot for this car structure. Now we have problems going into bike structure. And this is something that the Netherlands actually did very well. So they were doing exactly the same things as the German. And the government said we're even doing this harder. We are going to crank up the car system to 11 and make very car-centric city design to have a lot of lanes. And if we have a traffic jam, we are going to add more lines, yada yada yada, and you end up with a lot of streets everywhere, parking lots, asphalt, a lot of gray areas where just a lot of streets. And yeah, this typical car dystopia that you see popping up everywhere, where people think that cars are the way to go. And then they started to have accidents with bikes, And the people actually started protesting against the car structure. And they really had a huge protest movement of young people, and it spread, and the older generation was also carrying with it, and they protested for more bike structure and against all the car accident, because they had a lot of people who were just being killed by all these cars. And they protested for not just for safer streets, they wanted to have bike structure. And the first bike structures were just to get rid of bikes, to get them to the sidewalks, so they don't interfere with the car system, and that's alright. But then the next step is not to have any bike system at all. And when you do that, the big bikes will be on the streets. The children who learn to how to handle traffic, they usually need to ride a bike to school, and they are the first ones who die. And that's why the people were outraged. And in the next step, the government gave in, and they've started to build a lot of bike structure over the years. They thought of a system how to handle as much bike traffic as possible, and they've become incredibly good with it. And this is when you ever go to the Netherlands, go to the smaller towns, not Amsterdam, and just look at the bike structure. It's something that you will never see again in your life. When I was visiting the Netherlands, the bike structure there is just fascinating. It's really something. The first time I was going there by car just to buy some stuff there and look a little bit around. But every time when I come back, because I'm very close to the Netherlands, and then you just sometimes drive there, then I was going on holidays with friends. And every time I noticed more how much bike structure they have and how many people are there riding a bike. We were there in a student town named Leiden, and everybody was riding a bike. We didn't see any cars at all. And we were going there in this shopping area, and all these young little people, these students, they were all going by bike. Rich people, healthy students, they all looked so happy on their bikes, because you could see that they get a lot of more, they get more exercise than the average people in other countries. You could tell. These people get a lot of exercise because they can ride to their work every day with their bike comfortably, don't have to worry about cars or accidents, and get their little workout there. And I know how I was going on the sidewalk, just dodging all these little bikes that came from left and right. And I was having quite a shock there. It was quite a shock how many bikes you see, and around you hear all these bells from the bikes that are passing you and trying to warn you, hey, here I come. And left and right beside me were bikes and people on bikes just driving everywhere. And I really was having a small cultural shock there, because then I realized how much the Netherlands have improved their system compared to Germany, so that the average people can go by bike everywhere without any problem. And I never thought of that before, but then I experienced it. Now the town where I did grow up, they also had a lot of bike structure in Germany, And I was riding my bike to school with I think 7 years every day. And for me, that was something that was for me just normal to ride your bike to wherever you want to go, because it wasn't the best, but it was safe. I felt safe riding my bike everywhere. I have to visit the Netherlands one day to see myself. Yeah, Netherlands are fascinating. I don't think the Netherlands are fascinating for their little tourist attractions. It's really their infrastructure. The infrastructure is the thing. Their towns, how they live. That's really so different from what you expect to be a highly industrialized country would be. And that really shocked me. That I never realized that being rich, and the Netherlands, the Dutch people, they are really rich. They have way more wealth than we Germans do. And I never realized that being rich does not mean that you have to drive a big car. It doesn't mean that you have to be the global player, but that it's far better for you to just have really happy people there. Also, it has a big benefit. The Dutch people, the girls are looking beautiful. So they don't have this obesity problem that is going all around the world. And especially for, again, for a rich, highly industrialized country, I think that's quite good, what they do there. Man, as a programmer, I really think I could maybe generate this art. Unfortunately, I've tried. I failed with that. Maybe an AI could reproduce what I'm doing here much faster. But setting up the UI, the AI would take weeks, and I can do this in a day. Well, it would take me days to set up the AI. Somebody who is proficient in drawing AIs might be much faster than me. Just one more layer. Then I will have to have finished my third treetop for today. Man. I will be quite happy if when I have finished these treetops already. Sometimes drawing is just repeating and repeating again and again. And this is where I prefer to program after some time. And what I get to do is voice acting, drawing, programming. When I can do each thing, and then once you get sick of one thing, you get to do something else. When I usually work on my project. But it seems today is not the day. Today I'm going to draw. On the flip side, I'm nearly there. Today I'm going to finish at least the assets, at least, and I hopefully can get through the backgrounds later. And the backgrounds will be a little bit more exciting than doing the same kind of style over and over again, just to have some variations. If I would only do one tree, I wouldn't complain at all. But having to do the same tree again and again, that's quite annoying. Especially what I'm doing right now. There are macros in Photoshop, in Adobe Photoshop. Unfortunately, they're not helping me for my task right here. Now I have to be careful, I'm going too fast into the brighter color areas. Don't want that. So be careful just to pick a little brighter color each time. Maybe this was something that you can just calculate. Just pick a little bit more green each time. I really had the feeling like I was getting a little bit too fuzzy with the leaves here. But now looking at them again, it just look correct. Just when we are looking at art of nature, our brain tends to forgive ourselves a lot of noise. Something that's completely different with faces, though. Looking at faces, we tend to notice every detail that is different. Which is quite convenient for me. Now, I do not have much to comment about this. The only thing but that's also not the thing that I really want to work on. I think if I'm going to ever do a stream with gaming, the only thing I really want to comment then I will have something to comment on. Yeah, it's such a repetitive task that I can't really tell a lot about it, what's going on here. But something that I wanted to try to improve is how clearly I speak. So yeah, maybe I can focus on that. But the problem is, every time I'm trying to speak more clearly, after 5 minutes of streaming, I forget what I was that I'm trying to speak more clearly. Now that sounds a little bit weird, but as a native speaker of English, yeah, I of course want to improve how well I can speak the language. And when I look back at my first streams, my English has improved a lot and I'm very thankful for that. Now, I do have a lot of background that I was speaking English in my youth a lot because I was lucky to get into projects where we only spoke English there for weeks. And that really helped me a lot because I never was a big genius in speaking for Asian languages. But it's also very important to just keep improving and improving. I mean, it would be very boring if we would just one day need to just stop improving ourselves, not improve any skills at all, and that's it. I mean, that would suck. It would be like a weird, very bad story in a movie. That's why I think people who think they are already the best and that they never did anything wrong, they could maybe work on themselves first. But hey, maybe I'm wrong and these people are actually great and I'm just bad for criticizing them, for not improving themselves. And stopping to try to get better. Just and instead just focus on their ego. But I'm more into self-improvement, to be honest. I think self-improvement is just something something that is very desirable compared to saying you just want to improve how you're perceived by other people. Oh no, I have a lag? Oh, okay. Adobe was just needing some time here. So it needs to recalculate every layer here. Let's first close the old drawing here. Okay. I'll set this up. And I think this looks in general a little bit too dark compared to the other drawing that we already have. So again, we are going to adjust this. This is a little bit brighter and happier. Fortunately, it's not updating. So I don't see the result, which is very unsatisfying. Guess I have to just save it out and compare it to the others. One thing about Adobe is that what I found out, that the effects you see are not the effects that you get. So Adobe is not what you see, is what you get. It's more like what you see is maybe what you get. I think this works. I think this works. I think I should go for a little bit more saturation though, because this is working for itself, but compared to the other two, this is a little bit too less saturated. Need more saturation, so it looks a little bit more similar to the other two. Okay, let's save that up and look and compare it again. I can actually just push this in. I don't need to save it up every time. This one is way brighter. And this one too, so actually I think this one is too bright. I think this is the optimal brightness. So what we are going to do is push this to the top, adjust the brightness of the bush that we just drew. Okay, and let's save this up. And then we are going to compare the PNG to the other PNG. This is gonna be great. Okay. Yeah, I think now they are comparable. So in the end, when I put them next to each other, I don't want them to look too different. I think this one is too bright. So let's go into the first one again. I think overall this one is beautiful, but it's too bright. Yeah, I think that now it looks much better. Just wanted to make sure that in the end, the tree, if I put all of them to one tree, that they will have the same color scheme. So let's put them into the game and see what happens. So let's, for example, delete those. No, not delete this. Let's reverse this. Let's pick the second sprite here. Okay, and the third one here. Now we see this tree, we don't really see the difference, but these are actual different sprites there. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Now we can try to test this in the game and look if there's something that we haven't noticed. No, I don't think so. No. Okay, with these three, we can make up the most of the big parts of the treetops, and have all the leaves here. It looks great. Only thing I would change is they would not be in the foreground, they would be in the background. So let's do this. And let's try them out. Yeah, looks fine to me. It looks fine to me. Only thing that is distracting, the crystals are still a little bit too bright. But
Andros has again invaded the Lilat system.
Didn't set them up.
General Pepper has turned to a new Star Fox team, headed by Fox McCloud, to save Corneria and free the Lilat system once again.
Okay. Looking good. Thank you. Yeah, I also think compared to, yeah, just like I said, we could have gone with these three leaves. They would have worked in the background. They're a little bit blurry and just look like they're in the background. But compared to this one, this is a joke. These ones here, they're a joke. And the new ones that we just drew, they're looking so much nicer. So I don't think that it was a bad decision to take all the time to make these leaves. And we still want to make good variations, but with these variations I want to try out something different. So I think we have the basic shapes for the trees. Now let's look into other shapes that we might want to have. So what I mean is, let me open the demo. This is the last script demo that I used for the inspiration. So we have now done this shape here, which is just an oval, over and over again. And now we have to do a different shape, because if we stick these leaves together, we can't want them to have some kind of natural randomness applied to them, and that's why we now need to have a different shape. And I'm not quite sure which shapes could work. Like if I would now do this, I don't think this would just work. I think that would look unnatural. Wait, I'm right now I'm waiting for the demo to open, and we can look at some leaves in the demo, and they really have really nice trees there, and we can also steal their shader, because they have a lot of they made the shader for leaf movement in the wind, and that's something that we are just going to copy paste into our game. So the trees will be moving in the wind, and that's just looking really nice, to be honest. So there's no reason not to use it. I actually saw other indie developers also applying the same effect, and I just assumed they did just steal the code from Unity, the demo version. I think this could also be a shape that we could try to use. I think that what we really need is having the tree maybe come down from one side, maybe the other side. Would also be a nice thing to have. Now here we see these. This is the inspiration for doing these trees. I think also these are a little bit better than the ones that I do, even though they are a different style. So they're not completely comparable, but they have normal maps that I don't have, and I'm not using normal maps in this game, unfortunately. But we can look at their variations, what they did here. Okay, I could just have opened the folder. Okay. So we need one round one and one that is coming down at one side, I guess. Maybe we should use this one as a last variation, so a smaller one. Okay. I'm going to take a short break just to go wash my hands. I'm going to wash my hands or something like that. See you in a minute. Okay, I'm back again. Okay, let me switch to the right scene, pick up my headphones, and I'm ready to go. So I'm going to draw. I think the shade in the middle is very useful, and we actually need this twice. So what's up with this shade in the middle here? I think it's good. You can stick in a tree here. I think they also did it. Like this. And then you have some leaves coming down at the other side. And this is just very useful. Okay, now let's do this. And I want the top side of this to look very normal. So let's erase this part here. This is not the top part, not looking normal right now. And we do it. Only like this. Yeah, I think this is what we should go for. Let me stretch this a little bit. Okay, let's go. Then put this into the center. And this will be our mask to make our drawing over and over again. Looking good. I learned while you were gone. Oh, congratulations! Congratulations! Now, when I was playing with a friend, Flight Simulator, he told me that he actually played Flight Simulator once with his parents, and they actually did it like he was a pilot, and he had to actually say the phrases that the pilot would say, like, "Welcome everybody, this is our flight to our destination, this and that." I'm your pilot, and probably the weather looks good, the tower has given us clearance, and I wish everybody a good flight today. It's a beautiful new era here. And I really find this amazing that his parents actually did this with him. It sounded like they also played with him. I don't know what exactly they did. I don't do that. Mainly because I'm in a Kestner. Lol. Okay. Well, then you don't have to do that, of course. But he was really into just flying. I mean, why not? if you're just into flying, why not? Back then he wanted to become a pilot actually, but his eyesight was not good enough. So after that he wanted to become someone who sits in the tower. I don't know what their job is called in English. Let me look that up. A flight controller. He wanted to become a flight controller after that. But then he decided traffic controller. Yeah, traffic controller. Air traffic controller, flight controller, air controller. Yeah. He wanted to become one, but I think he also talked about becoming a steward. But in the end, he was getting older, and he just became a teacher. Now he's teaching German and I don't know what's the second topic. Philosophy? I don't know. He studied German in another topic. I've forgotten what the second one was. Unfortunately. And I have to take care of my playlist right now because it's not the music that I wanted to listen to. Now I'm not against chiptunes, but I can't listen to chiptunes too long. It's one of the music genres that I can't listen to for more than an hour. After that, my ears start to hurt when I just hear chiptunes. But sometimes I'm listening to the playlist on YouTube right now. Sometimes YouTube randomly decides to jump out of the playlist and play a random song. Very weird. It's because they want you to watch more different videos. YouTube doesn't want you to watch the same videos over and over again. Because that's bad for the algorithm. If you just sit there and watch the same stuff, you're not consuming enough. What are you doing? How dare you? Not that I would ever complain about the horrible YouTube algorithm. Which is also why I actually have a blocker for YouTube. So if I get distracted too much from YouTube, I can activate the blocker, and every time I try to access YouTube, the site will say I'm blocked. Very useful if you see that you're wasting too much time on social media. Because I think I don't think that I'm lazy, but habits are actually way more important for me, and I think looking too much onto YouTube is a bad habit for me, at least for me, because I spend time on YouTube and I just want to relax a little bit, maybe look at some memes, and then I look at a 10-minute video, and after I watch it and I see, oh, I get clickbaited into maybe another video, And somehow 2 hours passed and I did nothing except for looking at some YouTube videos that I actually never wanted to watch. But yeah, that's why I now have a YouTube blocker, a site blocker. So every time I go to the site and I think I'm spending too much time on it, I'm going to block it. And if I need to access it, I need to access YouTube, of course, as a programmer. I can enter a password and unlock the website again. And for that, I need to get up and have a password that I can't remember. So I need to get up and take out the paper where the password is written on. And that way I make sure that I don't just unlock a website when I don't need to, and spend my time more efficiently. And if somebody says I can't hold myself on YouTube, that means that I'm lazy. Okay, I'm a programmer. I can be lazy. That's a skill of me. Being lazy is good for a programmer. Programmers have to be lazy. Lazy but efficient. I'm a certified laziness professional. Just check it. I actually mean being lazy is not that important if you can deal with it. On the flip side, I know that I can work really hard under the right circumstances, and I can work harder than most people. Don't know why that is though. I think my biggest weakness in working hard is just long time focus. It's something that I'm not that good at. Music playing. Ah yes, the music. I actually have this music, which is, look at this, from this Kumu guy, and I was using music from Twitch that you are allowed to stream. And the problem with that is the music they provide you with is just very generic, and well, quite nice to have something for your viewers. It was not nice for me to listen to the same music tracks over and over again. They only have a few hundred, and I think that maybe 100 of each category, and they get repetitive a lot, and they're very generic and very uninteresting to me. Maybe there were a couple of them which were actually nice or fine, but most of them, yeah, they didn't touch me at all. And now I have this Kumu guy, and in his FHQ, if I click here under the info, and type in his FAQ. So he's saying, is it safe to use it on Twitch? And see, he says he allows it, and there are remixes, but it's not 100% safe because these are remixes. So Nintendo could actually, or whoever makes these games, they could actually sue me. No, not sue me. Block their copyright strike me. But I tried out streaming with this music, and it's just way more relaxing for me. And normally Nintendo doesn't sue people or copyright people for streaming or using their music. So I'm very happy about that, because now I don't have to listen to some generic music that is not telling me anything at all. And with the Nintendo music, I generally can work a little bit better. Just keeps me a little bit more happy. And that's in the end what I want. Just draw these little happy leaves here. Little happy leaves everywhere. No, I haven't played Just Checkered. I actually didn't play a lot of games, to be honest. The game that I played most of the time was StarCraft and Warcraft. But since I don't have rich parents, they are nowhere near the rich parents. They are below average in their monthly earning. I didn't have many options, and they also I didn't have a console. We did have one PC for the whole family. This is where I started playing Warcraft 2. Started making my own maps, and after that I was playing StarCraft. Also made my own maps. In StarCraft you had these things named triggers, and they are these awesome things where you can control your maps and make scripts with them. And I think this is like programming. No, this is really where I started to admire programming, because in the StarCraft map you could make triggers and make things happen, learn how a little bit of logic, or to apply logic in games. And after that I started to play Warcraft 3, the start of Warcraft 3, I was not educated enough to understand what the editor was doing, because in the editor of Warcraft you use integers, you use strings and all that stuff that I never heard about. I mean, I was 12 years old, and of course I didn't know what is what the difference between a float and an integer is. And that's why I was interested in programming and started to learn more and more. And later I actually did Warcraft maps when I understood what the difference between a string and a float is, and got better and got better, while Warcraft is getting worse and worse. Even though the programmers of Warcraft, they did a great job, even though most people don't think so. But the programmers of Warcraft did a great job with the remaster. But then they really got caught by that company. That is huge plan. So I saw some developer interview by a developer who was supposed to be hired by Blizzard. He was a map maker, and he actually did Warcraft 3 maps back in the 2000s. And from what he was saying, they hired him to make maps because they had a big plan for making a new campaign and adjusting their old campaign to be on the canon standard of World of Warcraft. So they wanted to update their storyline, they wanted to update their campaigns, and they also dreamed of making maybe some new missions here and there to enhance the story. Then they had all the scripts written, completely finished. They had a great demo which they showed at BlitzCon, and everybody was happy with that. And then they even started recording new voice lines. And these voice lines are actually there. They recorded new voice lines for every map, and now they just needed someone to put them into the engine and make all the small maps and everything. And they were hiring people. And then he told them, suddenly they didn't reply to him. And when he was asking what happened, they actually cancelled him. And it wasn't just him, it was everybody. It were around 100 people who just got cancelled because the company said, the bosses and business department said, it's costing too much money. We are going in the middle of the project to cancel your budget and shorten it. And now they didn't have enough money to pay more people to make the maps and stuff. They also had they also cancelled some developers on the game, which led to the developers who were working on it, which is Team 1, the Team 1 of Blizzard, which is the best developers they have, being undermanned, which is ridiculous, because these are the developers that make StarCraft 2. There are some leftovers from Warcraft and World of Warcraft, the last guys who really knew what they were doing. And in the editor of Warcraft 3, you can actually now, the remastered version, see that they did a lot of functions. There's functions to control the new updated character models. the functions to improve the dialogue sequence. They've made a lot of work there and really good functions. The only thing that I was complaining about is the old functions were starting at 1. The new ones are starting their counters at 0, and now it's kind of hard to tell which function is now starting at 0 and which one is starting at 1. For example, sometimes if you want to pick player 1, sometimes you now ask for get player 1, and in the new functions you have to ask for get player 0, which is not wrong, but it's not nice that they don't have one pattern that they stick to. Just really annoying, especially if now some young people would come in and try to make new maps, and they wouldn't understand how to do it because these functions are not using one pattern, and sometimes one is 0, so sometimes one is 1. It's quite not done well, but aside from that, they did a very good job. And then they got just messed up by their own company, who just cut their budget in the middle of the project. And the weirdest thing is that they did cut the budget after they made their demo and promised all the feature that Warcraft 3 would have, and then they canceled it. So I think this is not just mismanagement. This is also a bad business decision, because you're just destroying the image of your company. I don't have any idea why they were doing that. I know why they were doing it, because they wanted to cut costs. It's obvious, but it's not understandable. That still not understandable. Why do they do it this way? Once you give your developers a budget, you should stick to that. I mean, your employers are not going to thank you. They're going to leave the company after that project, which a lot of devs have done, will continue to do at Blizzard. And the only reason I would work for Blizzard is to have something in my resume, my curriculum vitae, to say, here, I worked at a big company, now can I work at your project, Mr. I need a website? For people who don't have a clue what Blizzard is, it's absolutely fine. But I wouldn't expect to work for Blizzard and actually make a good game. Not nowadays. Especially after they messed around with their best developers. Now, the Team 1, I think they did it. Also did Heroes. Yeah, they did Heroes of the Storm. So you mess around with the best guys you have. I mean, it must be logical. This is not a decision that you should make. And then the boss gets paid millions of dollars, in this case dollars, for messing up his company. Yeah, capitalism. Well, I guess bosses who cut the cast for at any cost. These are just people who want to show, hey, I saved the company by myself by cutting the cost. You were all doomed, and I was showing you who was the boss, and it was the right thing to do. Without me, you can not do anything. And this is why you don't earn us much money. The typical alpha guys. And once you get enough money, you can get through with it. And Blizzard is just one of the example where the top manager system doesn't work as it should. And they still had so many employees which were skilled, just could do their work. If you take away them, there's little playthings where they can live out their fantasies and deliver them to the actual gamers. I would say that the management of Blizzard is not very grounded. They have to get back to reality. I don't know what system they are living in. I guess it's just some kind of business model where they can get themselves rich and don't care about anything else. And I wasn't saying this for a long time, but it has become obvious by now. Because after systematically hearing from how they treat their employees and how they try to squeeze out money out of the company over and over again, and seeing their decisions, yeah, it's true. It's very, very sad. Now, the only thing that I can understand from them is that they did Diablo Immortal, and that's a little bit weird after I said all of that, but I think Diablo Immortal was a good decision. They just made a very bad advertisement for it, but from analyzing the business model and situation, they say, hey, smartphone games, they make a lot of money, and we are a company, we have to make sure that we can pay our employees in 20 years. That's not a bad decision. I mean, if you make a good game for Android and iPhone, and then can pay your employees, and then they make great PC games after that, that's a good idea. Unfortunately, that's not what they are thinking. Unfortunately, they only did Diablo Immortal to get rich. They will squeeze out every bit of money for leaving the company. When they leave the company, there won't be much left over for those who work there. And all the money that they now will make, the management will try to get their hands on it. Because Microsoft bought them, and I guess it's until Microsoft takes control of the company, which is quite in a year or so. I think it will be every man for himself inside of the Blizzard management system. That doesn't mean that this is always the case when something flops. I mean, if you look at Disney and the Star Wars situation, they've changed a lot and adapted to the situation and made a lot of improvements after the sequel trilogy didn't quite, how would I say it, live up to the expectations. And the fans were very unhappy, especially after the last episode. Now I think the reviews are not representative of what fans really think of the sequel trilogy, because the sequel trilogy is perceived so bad by a specific group of people that these people started to review bomb the actual score. You could see this with The Last Jedi. When The Last Jedi was getting into the cinemas, the reviews by users and reviewers were quite good. And then Mark Hamill started to say he didn't like how Luke was displayed, and then immediately the reviews started getting worse and more hate videos came out, and a very sad situation for the fans in general. Because then you had all that kind of people that you don't want to be in the Star Wars community. All the haters, they come out of their little tiny holes. They did write all their comments there and dominated a lot. I know a lot of Star Wars fans who say they actually like the movie. It has its flaws, but people are overly critical of it. I'm also thinking the same. I think I really love The Last Jedi, but it has its flaws. The humor and the tone is not as good as it could be. The humor is quite distracting often. But I think the general story was nice to have. Wasn't too happy about what they did with Luke. I would have liked if Luke would have survived in the end. But yeah, that's about it. Don't feel too sad about that. And there was a lot of scenes that I really, really loved. And overall, the messages that were in The Last Jedi, they were actually very good messages, like don't try to kill yourself to save everybody. And a lot of people hated this message. I said, hey, there's too much feminism, yada yada yada. And there's of course valid criticism, and there's a lot of bullshit. But then Disney adapted, made The Mandalorian, that they invited actual Star Wars fans to write the scripts, like the guys who write The Mandalorian actually know the lore much better than the people who made the sequel trilogy. And also they didn't want to just make a good movie. They wanted to tell a Star Wars story. I think that's the bigger difference. I was kind of neutral on the whole new trilogy. Yeah, me too. Except for The Last Jedi. I love The Last Jedi. I really have a love for the movie. Unfortunately, it has a very bad reputation for reasons I can understand. But I really liked what they wanted to try with this movie. And I am just a big Star Wars fan, and I just like that it was very fresh and different. With the other 2 episodes, I'm not so positive with The Force Awakens. I think it's still a good movie, but I really dislike that they made a new Death Star. Yeah, and tried to retell A New Hope. It was really something that was hurting the movie. They would just have stick to the characters a little bit more, and maybe would not have done a new Death Star, but maybe why don't have just a Starfleet fight in the end? Something new and fresh. That would have been more exciting for me. Because as a Star Wars fan, I've seen Star Wars episode 4 for so many times. It's nothing that I'm getting excited about when somebody does a movie about another Death Star. I like Wei though. I really like her character, how she was displayed. Now, in the end, she turned out to be a little bit more neutral and not sure what direction they would try to get her in. But in the first movie, I really had a feeling like she's a capable person. Not talking too much, but trying to observe the situation and make the best out of it. And then the second movie came out. I was in the second movie was there with my girlfriend at the time, and we were coming out of the cinema, and everybody was just happy about the movie and really liked it and was very positive. I was really hyped after The Last Jedi, to be honest. But then I saw the reviews. The first reviews were very good, and I also saw reviews by Star Wars fans, and they're like, yeah, some of the jokes were not good, and we don't like that how they treated the general, but overall this was very fresh, and we have a story that we haven't had before, like having just a new Death Star, and have some surprises there for the fans that really just want to watch a new story and see that unfold. And then I saw that people started to dislike the movie a lot, and I first thought it was a humor that could put people off, and that it quite of it was a little bit too much how they treated some of the characters. And then I saw in the first review just the face of this admiral with this pink hair, and I immediately knew, oh no. People are not disliking the movie because of the characters or such. It's about feminism again, because people thought, okay, there's female characters, and a little bit of feminism was there in Last Jedi, to be honest. And people immediately hated this movie totally for it. And after that, it's just started to go downhill. And this was when I saw how horrible the YouTube algorithm can be. Like, I just wanted to know why people hate this movie so much. And after that, I saw review of a review recommended to me. And every review was like, hey, I hate every second out of this Last Jedi movie. You have to believe me, I'm just trying to be neutral. I'm an expert. I have never done a review before, but I'm an expert in reviewing. And this is a horrible movie. Because every second is horrible in this movie. And everything that they did here has no inspiration and should not be there. And then they continue to just use a lot of strong language, but You could kind of tell that these guys are not professionals. And then the third movie came out where Ray was training at the start, where they tried to explain why certain things worked in the Last Jedi, and tried to reverse it, and tried to correct it, and had a story that was completely overblown. Yeah. I think the last movie, I didn't expect anything, to be honest, with the last movie, because I saw that J.J. Abrams was directing, and I'm not a big fan of J.J. Because what he did with the Star Trek movies and Star Trek franchise, and I'm not too keen about the new Star Trek generation. I think the old Star Trek is a little bit better. But it was more about trying to be a peaceful humanity, and then you sometimes had these really good episodes that were about war and were actually better than the rest of the episodes, which were about the actual topic of the franchise, which was being peaceful and doing science in space. Like the Wrath of Khan. The Wrath of Khan is actually not a very typical Star Trek movie, but it is much better as most of it. Because Star Trek was not supposed to be about war at all. It was about space exploration and how humanity would evolve in the future to be a more peaceful race, species. And it was about how different life forms in the universe could evolve. And the vision seems to have died out a little bit. Because while it is very, very nice, that doesn't sell. It doesn't sell. And also some of the stories that they tried to put this concept in mind, where everything is peaceful and humanity has already solved all of their conflicts. So there's should not be conflict on board of the spaceships. They turned out to be very boring. Because it's kind of entertainment to have at least some position inside of the crew, and that also helps to discuss things from a different angle. I can say with my own game, I tried out my game to be also a little bit more peaceful, but what actually happened is in the end I wanted to go more into the Undertale route, where you can play neutral, evil, and very, very good. But what happened to my game is that the neutral route just turns out to be boring if it's not if there's no controversy. And it added more that I said, okay, if you go the evil route, you're going to become a demon. It actually works way better now. Because sometimes I think conflict is just more interesting for humans. Because then it makes you think about how to solve the problems that you have. And how you would do it. So now it's more about yeah, what do you do with your character and how do you solve the situation? I still have a long way to go. When I was releasing my game, I just straight up admit that I did not test it enough and I just needed to release because I was finishing my computer science degree and needed to spend time for the university. And with that in mind, I released the game and didn't take enough time. I really didn't take enough time for the release. So when I was testing after that and thinking of it, and I was just thinking I'm missing way too many features, and the core gameplay right now, it isn't fun. That's the main thing that's not good. The core gameplay should be fun though. And that's why I then started to take up the game again and change the whole combat system, and I still have to patch this now. That's also not looking good. So the current game on Steam, you can actually play it on Steam, but for price. I will also have to lower the price. Or maybe take it away from Steam. I don't know now. Yeah, the current version is alright in the story, but the core gameplay is not that fun. It's okay if you like 2D games and you have a little bit jump and run, and there's also a little bit of combat in there, but the combat just isn't good. It's not good enough. It's not bad. It's not bug, but it's not fun, and that's a big problem. I didn't want to make a shooter out of my game, and that's why I wanted the combat system to be very simple. And what I ended up with was a system where you get punished for doing combat, and where you don't have any good options in combat except for shooting. So I ended up with a dump system compared to a shooter. And now I've gone the route to trying to make the player force into some combinations, so that if you play the game, you can do vampire bites on your enemies in the current version. And later you can pick up skills that enhance your main attack whenever you bite someone. And when you bite someone, then your next attack will do up to 3 times the damage and be a completely different attack. And that way I think it's way more interesting than to just have to shoot and shoot again. The basic attack that you have is of course now very weak. So you can the enhancement of your base attack are very strong. So you want to use them. That's basically it. But to use them, you have to go into melee. So you go into melee, try to bite your enemies, and then have your enhanced attack. So I think this is way more interesting. In the old version, it works like you can attack from the start with one attack. You can choose one enhancement of your attack, and this will immediately improve your your base attack, and that's it. And then every time you cast your spell, you will shoot a long range long range skill that does medium damage, but is very long, or a short range skill that is like a shotgun. But that's it. There's no more options in the combat, and that sucked. That wasn't fun. I can say that isn't fun. This is why I need to address this in the current version. And also I don't have a nice environment, and yeah. Now I actually knew making a nice environment takes a lot of time. That's true. I'm just seeing this right now, how long I'm drawing here. But it still sucked. That's why I'm now drawing environment asset after environment asset, because I think I can just improve a lot. Okay, I have an idea for this drawing. It would be nice to have this being mirrored. So first let me do the color corrections. I need to get it a little bit brighter. Saturation seems to be okay, but the brightness overall is not good. Okay, let's go a little bit more up the brightness. But that didn't do it. Okay, I think this is as far as we can go. Brightness. Okay, I think it's nice. Let's save this up and make a PNG. Come on. Okay, now let's mirror the image. So we can do this for the other side too. And And since we have a global illumination, the shadows are on the should be on the correct side. Yeah, they are. Okay, now we can save this up as the next variation. Oh, this is number 5. Okay, now let's look into what kind of variations we could also do. Save this up. And let me take a last look at how this is supposed to look. This beautiful trees here. So we have done this variation in both sides. I think the last two variations that we could try is this one and this one. And these are smaller ones, so I actually have a nice idea for a sheet here. Which one is the roundest of the new ones? I think this one. If I take this one and just remove some layers, yes, and now make it way darker. Now let's try to match the color scheme. Yeah, that seems like it matches. Okay, that's nice. Now we can save this as variation number 6. Because now you can put these in front of the leaves. And have nice little leaf variations that come out of the tree. I think we should do this because we use more time than actually we usually do. Would be a nice idea. Okay, now let's put them into the game and see if they fit together. So for that, let's edit a new tree. Okay, and we want to set up this tree here with our new sprites. So this would be right here. This one would be here. And number 6 is going to be in the front. Now we can put it here. Because it's a little bit smaller, it's making this nice little effect. And let's look into the game and see how it looks. I think this looks very, very good, very, very good. But that's just my opinion. And after you've spent a lot of time at your own work, you tend to idealize your own work. So I need to be critical here. Yeah, I think this is a really, really, really nice forest that we are in now. Yeah. I have to say these are very exotic leaves. There are some trees that have these leaves, these kind of leaves, but they are really a little bit exotic. And they are not looking bad, and that's the most important part. And fitting into the game. Yeah. What else can I expect? Yay! We have nice trees now. Yay! Yay! Okay. Before I'm going to overflow with joy. One more variation that we could do. So we are finished with drawing. I think. Let's just do one more variation. This one will be this one with even less layers. So take out more layers. Yeah, just to have the ability to add smaller branches to the tree. Now I still have to adjust the color. So I need to play a little bit around with the values here. Okay, now I can save this up. Under number 5. I should actually crop it. It's maybe not a good idea. Not crop it. Oh no, I've overwritten number 5, so this has to be number 7. Whoopsie. I still have a copy of number 5. How could that happen? I have no idea. Must have been a bug. Okay, and now I can insert my number 7 here. To Unity. Put this into the game. And see how it looks. I hope it looks beautiful, of course. Now this one should work anywhere. Like here. Yeah, it works very good here because this branch would come up here. You can just try to add a little bit of variation with this. It doesn't work anywhere, so you still have to manually set this up. It would work here, maybe even here. I put this more into the background. We'll just put this here. Would work here. Put it here behind the main. Now we have beautiful trees, and we can generate. Not really generate. We can, with the variation that we have, we can at least add some variation to the trees and have a really nice setup of trees. So let me try out some one last time to play through this. So one final look. And then we can really say we did. We now have nice trees overall. Yeah, that works. That works. Yay! We have trees. We actually have trees. And we don't just have trees, we have beautiful trees, and that's nice. And we still have to do a lot of work to set this up, but we have finished our last drawing of assets. The next drawings that we will do. So the next drawings that we are going to do are going to be background assets. So for example, for the mounts that move in the background, we are going to draw them and make some variations. But we are now finished with all the assets that are going to be in the foreground of the game. So far, thank you for tuning in, and I'm going to do a half an hour break to get my dinner and eat a little bit. So thank you for tuning in so far. See you later. Hello, I'm back. Just had some nice bread for dinner. One was with Nutella, some chocolate, marmalade, cheese. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so now now the next question that I had to myself was what am I going to do now? So I could now go and set up the brushes, make the script for the backgrounds, and first take care of the doodads. Because if I look at my do list, I can now cancel out drawing the doodad assets, the background assets. Let's go and do that. So here we have this substep to-do list, draw minerals, draw tree trunks, draw tree leaves. We have done that. No new doodads. Can cancel that out. Okay. Save this. Now I could start to I could start to look at all of these tasks and set up the brush the brush for Unity, so we can place these objects in the game later. There's a catch. Then we are going to need more time to set all this stuff up. What I actually want to do is to draw the background, and the reason is simple for that. I right now have set up my drawing tablet in front of me. Here, you can see this, and this is taking just a lot of space in front of my desk. I need to put back the camera. Come here. But come on, camera. Yeah, I am. But since I need to set up the drawing tablet every time I draw, and it's taking a lot of space at my desk, I want to finish drawing first. So I will get going with art. And this today is going to be an art stream. Even though I would like to start programming all the stuff here, there's no choice. So let's close this. I mean, let's maybe take a look at the last script demo to look for inspiration for the background. For this, I'm going to disable the music for a short second. And let's just take a look at the demo. Now, the thing about the demo is that the demo is completely hand-painted. And we can't have that. Okay, we see in the background, there's a lot of leaves. Of trees, sorry. I don't think they have a vertical parallax effect. It's only horizontal. So if I jump down and up, the background doesn't seem to change its height. Okay, but we are going to do this in our game. Okay, and here this kind of stuff, here these ruins, these are hand painted. I cannot do this for my game, because I cannot just hand paint the complete environment. I'm going to, I of course want to reuse my assets now over and over again. The same for the foreground here. This is beautiful. This is done by a good artist, but doing the foreground like this for me would be impossible. Now we can take a look at the night background they did here. Yeah, the background here is just the stars. Yeah, it's just the stars and some fog effect. I think the fog is not even moving. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm not getting much of inspiration out of this. So let's for now close this. And now I want to find more inspiration. So here comes my favorite enemy, YouTube. And we're just going to, oh no, don't want to see what the algorithm is wanting me to watch. Let's see for 2D indie game background. Let's search it for results. Okay, I think this one was okay. And we can also look in the second one, which seems to talk about the parallax effect. I think this was a nice 10 minutes tutorial. This one. Okay, and the others, we are searching for background, and after some time, YouTube is already trying to clickbait me into completely different topics like pixel art, and now it's just randomly showing me a Warcraft trailer, how clouds work. So yeah, thank you YouTube for messing up your algorithm. I think YouTube is getting worse and worse. Like I have three results for my three results that are actually good for my search here, and the rest is just clickbait. So this is horrible. Okay, and I also want to take a look at my first level and just think about what could be there. So if I go to my first level, which is going to be the starting point of what we want to draw. Okay, let's go to this level here. Now we only see the level how it currently is. And the first thing, this is going to be in the mountains. Okay. I want the mountains to be more in the gray area. The current mountains are brownish. But with this stone texture, I think gray mountains would be better. Then we have this forest here that we are going to replace with the current forest assets. So then there's going to be a forest. Okay, let's go on. Go up here. Go up. and get to this mountain area. Okay, so we want to have something with gray mountains. Nothing else that I have a specific idea right now. Maybe we want to have the mountains to have some vegetation or something interesting. So let's just look into some videos. And I've already done a little bit of research and only want to repeat some specific parts about it.
Maybe six or seven layers of parallax. This is gonna look sweet. These layers can then be masked off to better resemble the form factor of mountains, forests, and hills. After which,
see how easily he does this with this very cheap effect.
I spent some time in Adobe Illustrator, moving vector nodes around and fighting with tangential continuity. Yes, that's the word which describes this madness. I gotta say, I'm not the biggest fan of Adobe Illustrator. It's a powerful tool, it allows you to create lossless, scalable vector art. But for the most part, when I'm in Adobe Illustrator, I feel like I'm just like a madman in a car about to lose control, driving up the footpath. And I usually cannot wait to get back, making them seamless or repeat horizontally. This is required because the backgrounds need to be coded to parallax once in the game engine. But I gotta say, it's pretty tedious, finicky work, and often, even when you think you've got it, you bring it into the game engine and it's like 1 or 2 pixels off and it just ruins the whole effect. Then you go back into Photoshop, make a little adjustment, and yeah. After that comes the fun part of adding more detail with the brush tool. Just playing around, adding more definition to the peaks, so they look a bit more visually interesting. I've gotta say, this part of the process was actually quite relaxing. As a tip, whenever doing this kind of landscape work, always keep your light source in mind. You can see here I'm adding this left edge light to the side of the cliff to kind of simulate the light creeping over. And then of course you have to actually add that light source. Here I'm doing it using the brush tool and then making it white. It's subtle, but it's noticeable. And then to finish this effect off, we can add a Gaussian blur to add a bit of depth of field to the scene. You can achieve this same depth of field effect in engine using post-processing or shaders, but I typically try to stay away from that stuff if I can, because over the long course of a project, the more of that stuff you add in, it can lead to performance implications. And because my backgrounds are not going to be utilizing like a distance-based depth of field, I'm going to have all the layers on the same Z position, I really don't have to utilize that. I can do everything manually in Photoshop. So the time has come to bring these graphics into Unity, into the engine, and it's always so exciting because you get to see the graphics for what they will look like as a player. It's absolutely brilliant.
Now he skips how he's drawing each of these layers.
And I did this by creating a time player. It's absolutely brilliant because you get to see the graphics for what bloom through post-processing. So time for the important step script offset. Let me know. It's a topic that has been interesting to hear. Those offset. Oh yeah, that movement is looking really cool now. And I had to tweak those offset values a fair amount to get it looking right. And it takes time to get that nice, fluid background transitional movement. And this subtle vertical parallax really is the cherry on the cake. I love parallax, and especially this vertical parallax that I've added. It adds so much to the feeling of the world movement. And it is exaggerated, and that's because we're not building a life simulator here. In a real world situation, if you were to stand on a crate and look over the skyline, you're not going to... One thing leads to another, and I found myself adding windmills. They're kind of cool because they make the world feel more alive, like,
Oh, I would really like to add a windmill and maybe have the player interact with it, but I have to get going. Now we finished with the asset drawing, and let's go into the next video and try to get some inspiration for backgrounds.
Hi, welcome back to our Road to Steam series, a series in which we'll be... Now that we've applied the final touches on our 2D...
Okay, this is just about the parallax effect. Let's skip a little bit if it's about coding or drawing, because we just want to get some inspiration. I already have the code for parallax effects. Okay, let's look at this. Interesting. This is very detailed.
Finally, we assign different speeds to our moving panels. Having a speed of 1 means that you follow the camera's movement perfectly like our background. If you have a speed of 0, you remain completely stationary like the ground panel on which the player stands. To have a negative speed is to move in the opposite direction of the camera like our foreground. The middle ground panels have speed values between 1 and 0. The lower your speed, the faster you'll appear to move when the camera changes position. With this, we have officially completed the implementation of our
So we have to keep in mind that we can't use parallax effect on font layers. We won't want our font layers because we have different heights in our game. In this game that you see right here, you only have one height. You can't jump onto up cliffs. So they don't have to take care of adjusting the front layer. Even though that would be awesome. Okay, so this is just coding. Look into this one.
And let's just move forward towards the camera using that same logic. All right, maybe one more layer here using that very vibrant green. So this is the actual ground that the player can walk on. We're just gonna pick that greenish yellow. There we go. All right, we're gonna add shadows between all the layers here. The reason why is because right now they're kind of blending in with each other. It kind of looks like one giant gradient. So I'm gonna do this. Good, very subtle. Same is true with this. Very subtle. Same with this. Very subtle. Almost. Got it. Good. Okay. And then one more. And probably pull this one up just a little and drop it down just like that. Very subtle. Now let's add a little bit of a foreground element. I kind of like to do it in the opposite angle of the actual ground the player can walk on. I think that makes it look a little bit more interesting. And one thing I want to add here is the bushes or some element behind the actual ground that the player can walk on. Now, why am I doing this? The reason is because I want the player to know for certain what they can walk on, okay? There's a variety of ways of doing this. In my case, I'm literally going to just add some detailed, well, bushes here. They could be stones, they could be really anything. But all they're gonna do is sort of highlight and add some contrast to the actual ground the player can walk on. Now, here's the thing. We don't want them to be as dark as the foreground, so let's maybe lighten them up just a little bit. Maybe something like that. So I'm gonna take this red, I'm gonna take the pencil tool, and using the circle, just add some berries to those bushes, right? Nothing too complicated here. Awesome. All right, let's throw in some clouds really, really quickly here. And just make some clouds. Isn't that beautiful? I love that. It's always fun creating these clouds. Once you finish up this simplistic artwork, believe it or not, you can just take these sprites and drag it into my 2D game kit. Now, this is actually just a free game kit. I'm not gonna charge you for it. Click below, it's totally free. And you can download that 2D game kit and take artwork like a free game kit. Click below, it's totally free. And you can download that 2D game kit and take art, it's totally free.
No, what's interesting about this one is how he's doing the foreground. You see this foreground here? And he did this by just applying the foreground to the lowest part of the level. Yeah, that's quite interesting. Maybe not a bad idea.
Click below, it's totally free. And you can download that 2D game kit and take artwork like we're working on right now and just throw it into Unity and get it working and have a 2D game ready to go. Believe it or not, I used this game kit to make a game for PewDiePie in 14 days. So the game kit actually speeds things up a lot, and I'm always about that. Feel free to click below. One of my favorite things to do is just add some trees to every single layer. Now, we don't want to make a ton of trees, but just enough to make it look detailed. So I can go to my brush tool here, and you'll see that I've actually created a pine tree tool. Look, I can create some pine trees. Well, we don't want them to be white. Let's make them this green color here. I'm going to scale them down just a little bit.
Yeah, that's something that we can copy.
Okay, and then finally, let's start adding in some grass on this ground layer. And I'm going to actually use my grass brush that I created. It's just this simple burst of blades that I can start painting in the scene like this. What I like to do is go to my brush settings and basically just go to my shape dynamics here, increase the angle jitter, right? A little bit of size jitter and roundness jitter. And that's going to make things look a little bit more random, okay? Great. Okay. All right, now that we've got our grass, let's go ahead and start adding shadows to the scene. This is going to make things really, really pop. I can't wait to show you this. So here's the grass. I'm going to actually just on top of it add in a shadow. Well, how do I know which direction the shadow should go? Well, let's just assume that the sun is coming from the top left-hand corner, and maybe we'll even draw it in just a second. So I'm going to take my polygon lasso tool and try and mimic what those bushes, what kind of shadow they would create. Okay. Then I'm going to take my gradient tool and just pull down like that. And then I'm going to add a little bit of a motion blur. And that motion blur is going to simulate the shadow slowly dissipating away. Beautiful. Okay. Let's drop down the opacity here. Awesome. That looks really, really cool. Now, the same is true with all of the background elements as well. Well, what about these trees here? If the sun is coming from the top left-hand corner, well, we'd have shadows that look kind of like this. All right, that looks pretty good. Kind of like it like that. And we're going to drop the opacity down like this. And I think towards the bottom here, we can even add in a little bit of a shadow like this. Sweet, there we go, that looks great. We drop that down just a little bit. That looks great. Let's use that same logic on these trees back here as well. Warp the same way it looks 3D here as well. It's really up to you when you want to start losing detail. I kind of recommend once you hit the second to last background element, you get really subtle with your shadowing. Really, really subtle. See that? We could probably get away with adding one here on this final background element, but it's really up to you what looks highlight to really. Well, I know it did for me when I learned how to do this. It was so cool. All right. There we go. Let's throw in a sun. Okay, this is actually going to probably make the scene look maybe 20 times better. Okay, games like Alto's Adventure do this really, really well. What they do is they just create a sun. Let's see here. Drop the opacity down just a little bit. Although, to be honest, we could probably just do this. Yeah. So I'm going to blur the smart object of these clouds just like this. Oh, that looks great. I'm going to make a smart object of these background trees. Do a subtle blur as well. Again, I can change this later if I really want to. Let's blur the sun as well. I'm going to go to pexels.com and get a free texture. I think this paper texture looks cool. I really like using this one. You guys have probably noticed I've used this for a lot of my games. I'm going to set it to overlay. Drop down the scale. Okay. Drop down the opacity significantly. You just want a very subtle texture, nothing crazy. Good, okay. And then I'm going to add just a subtle color balance here. Just tweaking the colors just a little bit. And then one final thing that I love to do is add a subtle hue shift, probably usually in the top left-hand corner or top right-hand corner of my scenes. Something like this. I'm going to go to my pencil tool here. I'm going to take that red. I'm going to sign my name. It's kind of hard using a mouse. But hey, not that bad, right? All right, guys, that's my beautiful Austrian landscape. If you
Okay, now I am not too inspired by this one. I think he used some really nice methods, but I'm kind of not a fan of this art style for some reason. Unfortunately. So, okay, let's maybe make a screenshot first. If we use as a template to then think about what we draw into the background. So this is a queuing game. Oh, it's looking in the queuing build. And yeah, this is something I really always liked. But there's one problem with this background. It works here. And then you go to the real game parts. Right here. And then you only see maybe 10% of these mountains. And that's a problem. It's a problem. Right here we have to see more of the mountains. So we have to adjust the height of the mountains so that you can see them when you're standing in this position right here. Because it's not looking good right now. Okay. So let's make a screenshot. Can we do this with a snipping tool? Or maybe just cut this out here. Do it faster. Need this for the speed. And let's make a new folder, just named backgrounds. And name this game screenshot. Now, the only thing that is not too good about this is the screenshot here. This is not in the full resolution that we are going to play in later, but that's not that important. It's not that important right now. So let's stop here and look at the backgrounds. Also, we can add some music again. Okay. Now we have this background picture here, and the problem is the picture should be way more at the top. It also might be a coding problem. Yeah. I think the scale of the background here is not adjusting to the current camera size. So let's go into the camera. Look into the background. What happens if we put the scale here to 1? Let's play the game and see what happens. Okay, now we can see that the site here is actually not being displayed in the game. Why? This is a child of the camera. That's weird. That's really weird. I need to look at this, because before I draw, I need to make sure that the I need to understand how much height we need in our drawing, because I'm going to add a little bit of height that we are not going to see in the game. But it is really weird that the height here is not the height that we will actually use. Then again, this is not a canvas. So what if we make this into a canvas object? So I need to add a canvas scalar. So let's make this into a canvas and make it stretch. Now this should always be the size of the screen. So make this as canvas. This is weird. I want to put this next to the original image. Check something. What if I put everything to 0? Now it's in the camera. Okay. No idea how this happens. I guess that's a problem. Because this background here has a scale. That's better. It's kind of weird. Don't really understand what he's doing here. I think it's because they are sprites. Yeah, okay. It makes sense. And it in Canvas works with images, I think. And not sprites. But the problem with images is we cannot scale them. No, we cannot animate them. But I'm not I'm not going to make any GIF in the background. So that's fine. That's fine. Now if I put this to -1 and this to 0, it should be correct. And now we are going to do this all over again with this image right here. Yeah, now we got it. Dum dum. Dum 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 dum. This is like tennis. You know what? I'm not going to make this game. We are going to make this tennis game. That's weird. Okay. Was just missing a group there. Let's try out what happens now. I think it might cause an error inside of the scripts, but let's see. Evolve, become. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's a great improvement. Now the fog effect is in the wrong position, but I don't care about that too much. That is not what I wanted to test. Okay. I think the mountains are still not high enough. Yeah. Okay. So, problem is the mountains are not high enough. Need to adjust that. Aside from that, let's look into the camera. Yeah, the mountains are stretched correctly. And the benefit of this is, if I now would make my game into, say, if we do it somewhere else, you cannot see it. Well, now I want, if I stretch my game into a really weird position, like let's say I have an iPhone or something and play on my iPhone, and I'm using my iPhone not like this. I'm using it like this. Now the background should still be able to adjust to that, even though it will look a little bit weird. Let's turn off all these fog emitters. Okay. Now, if I would put my game into a really weird scale, now the background would scale with the information it got here. And there's some benefits and some, yeah. Now it's looking weird. Now hopefully no one will ever play the game in such a resolution. It would be insane. So it works until this this resolution here. I think the script is making this messy, because the script is set up to look at the positions. So we need, but that doesn't matter. We are going to do the scripts later on. Okay, we just had to make sure that the background layers are actually stretched if we play in a really weird resolution. So that makes it possible for us to skip that part while drawing. The only thing that we have to think about now is if we jump up and down, we want the height also to change a little bit. And for that we need to double the height of the actual drawing. Or do we? Yes, because if you're jumping down really far, then we might want the actual background maybe move a little bit more to the top. So let's add a little bit more to that. Okay, let's go. No time to waste. So, where do we start? Let's first select our old backgrounds and take a look. And these ones that are still here, they are obsolete. Let's name this one level 1 rework. Take a look. This is mountains, layer 1. This is layer 2. Oh, there's only 2 layers. Okay. I want to take a look at what this is. Okay, this is just so that they fit together. And let's put all of those into one folder. Okay, just have to take care of these namings here, so that they actually make sense. To take a look into this one. Here, this is just really flat sky. I'm just renaming these things so that they're in English, because usually as a programmer we want to have everything in English just to make sure they are nicely done. And that you can work internationally. It's not too important in game development though. So the next ones are mainly clouds. They work just fine. So I'm still not really convinced that these clouds are good. Just fine. What can we do with this? I could set up all of these backgrounds here, but it will be a waste of time. Damn it, what do I do now? I would say we do a rework inside of a new Photoshop folder file, and we just add a little bit of height. Let's add maybe half of the height. That's too much. A quarter of height. So this would be a quarter of this would be 220, 270. Okay, now we have a quarter more height. And we want to stay in the 1920 area, because if I make this in 4K, it would be a good idea if my PC could handle that. Yes, so we just have a technical limitation there. So then we are going to drag in the screenshot. Make sure that it's going from side to side. That's bad. Okay, you know what? I'm going to compile the game. First I have to set up all these backgrounds. Okay, so this is going to take a while, so let's not wait. Let's not wait. Something's hot. Much better. I wonder why these fog emitters are not doing anything. That's surprising. They should. Whatever. Let's set up the rest of the layers. Well, this is also some tedious work, but it's necessary. Weird. We should be able to see something, but we don't. Something's wrong. It's really, really odd. Let's keep that in mind and just go on. Again, nothing. It's because this image seems to be scaled down. But why? Why are you so small? And you're also not at the right position. Right. What is going on? So I can't find these sprites right now. Which is really, really weird. I should be able to see them here, but I don't. I don't really get why I don't see these sprites. Maybe it's a layer issue? No, not really. Maybe they need the canvas object. Oh yeah, okay, that did the trick. I thought that would be important, but together with the normal image. Yeah, okay. Now I got you. So remove this, insert our image, and make this into a canvas. And now we see our background here. Only a couple left to go. So let's not waste any time. Still have a lot to do here. Now let's set up the background layers. Make them stretch over the whole screen. Make sure that this takes a moon and insert it into this image. Ooh. Okay, that's a problem. That just happened. First, let's always preserve the aspect. And we still have a problem. And I also don't like that we need to make this into an image, because with images we cannot specifically say which sorting layer they're on. So where's the moon shade? Where's the moon? There it is. The problem with the whites though is that they don't scale correctly. So for some reason someone decided that it's a good idea to make the image here really small if you try to scale it down. If you try to use it with the canvas, which is weird. Oh, okay. We don't need to make this into sprite. Never mind that. You can just put this into image, and then later when we need it, okay, and later when we need it, we can just put this into we can overwrite the sorting layer. That's easy. Okay. So no need to be specific here. Put the moon in its place. Next time we need to have the moon on a sheet where it's at the exact right position. Something. No, I think this is fine. Or we just have a giant moon. Okay, we are going to solve this later. Let's just set this up real quick. Well, actually, there is a fix. can remove the moon instead of this picture here. Now this should be better. And the rest here, these are emitters. Okay. What? Okay, now make them all into canvas and override that sorting layer. We want this to be -2, I guess. So the moon now has to be -3. And the sky is going to be -4. No. The sky is going to be -5. Now, let's test this out. And this should work for the first 5 minutes. It's not being set up by the scripts are not correct.
Evolve, become a great vampire.
Okay, we have set up the background correctly. But unfortunately, the fog that is supposed to be spawned in between of those mountains is not being displayed correctly. We have to deal with that. Must make these into a canvas. Even though they're actually not. No, that actually doesn't make sense. Because these are real life objects. Let's look at the layer. Okay, the layer they are in, they don't make much sense. Also, it's a little bit inconvenient that I can't play the pocket emitters right now. Are they in the UI? No. Then why can't I see these emitters? So they are in the UI. If I turn on the UI, I can see the fog. What the fuck is that? That doesn't make sense. Because they are not in the layer. Except... Oh. Oh no. They are in the UI layer. That's not correct. You guys, what are you doing? Your background. Okay, now I should be able to see the fog emitters. Yes, I am. Okay, that actually makes sense now. And yeah, the fog doesn't make much sense at this position. I wonder what the problem is though. Ah, I see, the position is off. So the position of this one should be somewhere over here. Yeah, then it makes sense. This one should be over here. Let's try to only have one fog emitter. I think the fog is taking up way too much space. So you're supposed to be here, I guess. You're supposed to be here. I think you're here. You should be behind the big mountains. Here. That's where you are supposed to be. And we can just stretch you. Like this. This should be enough. And so you. Let's just stretch you. Let's see what happens. Okay, now we have a script error. Okay, this is going to take a while because it's loading. I'm going to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back again, and the editor here has not loaded completely, which is unfortunate. Are you still loading? Yes, I guess. Ah, now it has loaded. Okay, this should be quick. Just have to tell him not to look for this object. Okay. Ah, here's the script. You have to remove that. We never needed the text editor. Well, better for us. Okay, we've set this up correctly. And we actually can play. Hey, no errors. Okay. Now we are going to build this. Build and run. Yeah. So let's try to build this and then make a screenshot so we have a correct representation. Because with this screenshot, this is nice, but it's not in the correct resolution. So this is going to take a while. In the meanwhile, what we do? Meanwhile, we could import all the old mountains into this. What the? Oh, come on! What's the problem? 12 hours? Are you kidding me? Guys, I need to clean some. Looks like I need to clean up some imports. No. God damn it. I had no idea that this was caught in an error. So let's just Google this. Unity GUID not found. Okay, let's try using system GUID. Yeah, this is going to be fun. We have to do a lot of cleanup. And find every usage of GUIDs. But this shouldn't take too long. It should only cause maybe a lot of errors. Two more errors. One more error. Okay. We only have to adjust the stats here. And that seems to have fixed it. Okay, nice. Now, let's try that again. Well, let's see if there's something else. No. It's only one set that a certain variable that is not working with Android. Okay, actually we still have an error. It's a little bit weird that it did not show itself earlier. That's weird. For some reason this is not loading correctly. And that's actually very bad because we have 37 errors. We now need to just insert this variable here and replace it. Phew. Hmm. I think I will now have to copy this line over and over again. That's convenient. Yeah, okay, there's not much to say about it. Then I have to replace a lot of code just to hope that then it works after that. Now I have to find every time this kind of variable is used. It's not really fun, but it has to be done. Now we need to find where this variable is created and just place it. Should be anywhere here. So that is. And this should have fixed it. But it didn't. Okay, just 3 more errors. This one is weird. Okay. Let's go for the other one first. Now we have more errors. What? Okay, now we have no errors. Let's go into Unity and just let Unity compile. Fortunately, we don't see where we have errors in the script in the IDE. Unity says we have 4 leftovers. Need to clean those up. Okay, there's some unreachable code here. Because we're returning, yes, okay, that makes sense. Costs a warning. And the rest of the errors seem to be some Unity errors. Let's look again. Yeah. Now, let's try again. And it's already 11:30 in Germany. So won't be doing this for too long. Hmm. And this time we don't get an instant error. That's better. But it will still take some time because it's just at level 3 now. And there's still a bunch of levels ahead. Now I'm going to go ahead and just open the old mountain Photoshop files just to see what I did there. Okay, this is a very useful file. It's just a PNG, so that's interesting. That's interesting. So yeah, I guess I just drew some outlines, selected the background here, and then just started drawing. So yeah, that's how I did the things back then. So I can just select these two layers and inside of this project and close these Adobe Photoshop projects, because they don't have any information that is useful for me. So now what I want with this is, first I want this to be way bigger at the bottom part, but I don't want to just stretch these layers here. That's what I don't want to do. I want to draw the lower part here. And for this, I can just take one pixel here. And I'm going to stretch only this pixel now. Can I do that? No. Why? Oh, because I have selected multiple layers. Okay, let me try that one again. Okay, and now I have 2 pixels. That's fair enough. Okay, Adobe is really laggy. I think it's because I'm building the game currently, and this takes a lot of processing power. Oh, is it finished? Oh, maybe I made this mistake here. Okay, now I can just grab any random pixel. What I actually want is to stretch this to the bottom. Just like that. Now that might look stupid, but this is at least something that I can try to work on. Some kind of starting point. Just needed a starting point there. We're going to do the same thing with this. It's okay. We're going to do the same thing here. Put this down to the bottom. And that's it. Because later when we jump up and down in the game, we want the layers to adjust to the height. So let's say we jump up, and we want this layer to slightly do this kind of movement. And we also want in the game to adjust the height a little bit. Because if I'm not happy with the height, I would have the ability to put this a little bit higher. And then apply some effects with it. Right now, I have to put this in the middle, and I have no choice at all to adjust the position of this picture. That's why we have to redo it. And the next thing is, I want with these two layers to adjust their situation. So let's go ahead and do that. Because I want to have more of some gray mountains. Well, they look fine as dirt mountains, but that's not the direction we are going for. Okay, no, they don't look like rocky mountains. Let's see if we can do something about that. So there's still a lot of work to do. Or maybe no. Guess what? If we are doing rocky mountains, then let's redraw the entire thing. And let's first just adjust these layers here. So we can maybe try to save this for another level. I think this is not a good background for level 1. But we can put this into another level then. So, as long as Unity is loading though, we still will have some difficulties. Let me see if I can draw. Not really. No, this is a pain to draw. Sorry. So we actually need to wait until Unity is finished with loading. There's no other choice left. And it looks like today I will not be able to finish the drawing the backgrounds. That's not nice. It would really be something that I would have liked to have all the backgrounds today. Now at least the game has started. I'm going to check if the female version is still working, because I usually test with the male version. I need to take the female version as often as possible. And this looks actually quite okay. Control's nice. Much better than the new editor. Okay, now we are going to take a screenshot right here. And press the button here. Okay, here's the picture, and now we can already close the game. Is that something I want to look up? No, not really. Okay, this is supposed to work. That's weird. There's an error here. Yeah, something is crashing. Okay. Okay, the rest seems to be okay. Let's go ahead. Okay, let one escape. Okay, he's not loud enough.
You're mine now, vampire. I will get rich with the bounty on your head.
Okay, weird enough. The sound is way too silent.
This is the area where a vampire named Lane showed up. Find this monster and kill it. The Count has also placed a good bounty on its head. Let the hunt begin. Hey!
Well, after compiling, I just want to test a little bit. Oh no, I need to bite something fast. I think I need to tune down the music a little bit. I also need to lock the mouse in the screen. Man, I'm so bad at aiming. I think that's enough for the first level. So yeah, what would I say? I need to find out what that bug was. Why I had this bug at the beginning. I need to save this. Okay. Okay. I will still stream for half past 0 in Germany, so 0:30 a.m. at least. Let's just try to push a little ahead here. Because it's too early to give up. I at least want to have some progress today on the backgrounds, so that I'm sure that I can finish them tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Let's close Unity, because for some reason Adobe is way too slow today. It could be because I have too much stuff opened. So, what's the goal with this? Because I want this to be exactly at the middle part. Okay, that's good. Let's close all the stuff that I don't need now. Come on, come on. We can do this. Let's not give up. So I'm starting to get a little bit carried away. Don't know why today. I feel like I'm overworked today a little bit. Phew. So what should we start with? With level 1 or this one? Let's start with this background and just edit it now. Okay, it can do that. First we want to edit our existing layers, and then we want to add more layers. So let's get this started. First I want to get off the outlines here. So I'm going to erase these outlines. Oh no. Oh no, my pen is working normally. Look, I thought the pen is God damn it, why? Let's save and restart Adobe. Because Adobe is taking forever to update my drawing pen. I cannot work like this. Yeah, let's try that one again. Okay, now it seems to immediately update my drawing pen. Maybe it's Adobe that is overworked today, not me. Okay, now let's oh damn, that drawing method is really old. But let's now just extend these lines. So we get an idea what this actually was. Make a new layer and repeat the pattern that we have here. And once I was really thinking that this is a nice, good artwork. It is quite okay, but I don't think it's good enough for the game. Now this part here at the bottom, it will never be visible in the game, so it's more like a security drawing that I'm doing right now. Okay, and now we are going to adjust the shading. For that we are going to get blurry. And I actually think this is how I must have done it back then in the day. Okay, now go for mountain number 2. Back in the day, I thought this was genius. Now I think, yeah, it was maybe back then. I do not know. Okay. We only have to take up this part here. This part did not turn out to be that well. To correct this. Now to my defense, it's also not easy to draw here. Okay, now let's make this into an actual outline. Okay, that looks much better. Let's save this. And yeah, that's the style of the original. Now we could experiment a little bit with this. Let's actually do it. Why not? Yeah, it doesn't look too good, but as I said, this part here, the bottom part, is never visible to the camera. This is really just as a backup. To have just something there. Because this is what we are going to see in the game. Let's actually cut this. Don't have to be too precise here because this is just for us. And now we can actually see what we are going to see in the game. And now, since we have this additional ground here, we can later in the game just say, okay, I think we have to put this more up or down and have a little bit more freedom. And I actually think we should even be able to. Ooh. We should even be able to see it like this. That means we still have to add a whole lot of drawing here. That's an unexpected. So I think this is how we are. Yeah, this is how we are supposed to see it. And if the player jumps, we need to be able to see the rest. Okay, that means a whole lot of work again. But it has to be done. Let's revise this time and start with drawing on the outlines layer. Okay, let's start coloring it. Now the good thing with this style, it's really easy to just draw it. I think adding some dark parts in here is not that bad. Let's not overdo it though. Don't want to have a style that is hard to draw. We want it nice and easy. Because in the end we also need to be nice and cheesy. Aha! Ooh, damn, my hand is starting to hurt. Maybe I can go a little bit more down with my chair. Okay, from far away, this looks fine. From close, not so much. But it's overall a very much an improvement. And now we have the option to move this up and down. And however, I think the size of our picture overall is not big enough. So what we need to do is increase our size. Because in this specific case here, if you want to adjust the background layer, first one, and we still have a whole lot of background layers to go, moving it downwards is of course a no-brainer. This is always going to work. Moving upwards, yeah, it's also going to work, but it actually will. I actually wanted to start at this position here. Now if we would go down from this position, would move up. Yeah, having them higher just adds more flexibility. Okay. Okay. I guess so. So let's look at the current size. It's 1920 to 1300 and 50. Now 1920. Okay. Okay, now we are going to increase this number. Let's be reasonable. And add 270. Yeah, that would be a good resolution. And yeah, now that means we still have a lot of drawing to do. We also want to add two lines here for helping us. They should be where the original screenshot was. So yeah, this is now these lines mark where the original background where the screen is when you are playing on 16:9, which is the most important setting that we are going to work with. Anything bigger than that is not realistic. It's not desirable, I would say. And that means that once again that I need to adjust my layers. But this will be the last time. Just like as I said the last time. But no, this will be the last time. Now I think this will make sure that we can actually have enough information in our background layer. Can make it moving. And now let's start painting the last parts of our background. And I have to say, I'm quite surprised how fast this method is of just going in and painting the background without having too many layers. I'm absolutely not used to that anymore. We're just going in and draw. That has been a long time since I did that. And it's fun to just, once again, just go ahead and draw something. After such a long time. To have the simplicity of drawing like a newbie. That's something. Now, on the flip side, this is not going to be the new Picasso, let's face it. Let's be honest here. The quality I get out of this is a little bit superb compared to what I usually can draw. And also the method that I'm using right now, it's a little bit obsolete. Oh, it's not just a little bit obsolete, pretty much obsolete. I never would draw like this when I would start from the beginning. Just draw without any mask or something. Okay. Okay, now let's go ahead and do the next layer. put these two into a group and call them layer 1. And now this is going to be layer 2. So we're going to add a new group. Layer 2. And make an outline layer. Now, the sense of this layer here is this layer 2 should be visible behind all these bigger mountains. Like this. We jump down. No, but if you move up, if you move up, they're going to get smaller. If you move down, they're going up. So they need to start really high, actually. This. No, the average height. What are we setting up now? Highest height? Let's set up the average height. Then the average height, they should be like this. The high areas, they should be here. And in the lowest areas, they should be here. Because they are going to move with the camera. Okay, so let's start at setting them up here. And start drawing. Okay, now we have a lot of stuff to do here because there's not a lot of information in this layer. Now we can be a little bit lazy with them because let's be honest, this lower part here is never going to be visible to the camera. Accidentally did select all the pixels here. Whoopsie. Let's correct that. Okay. Now let's start by adding in more outlines. And this is easy. This is easily done. Just have to extend these lines here. And we are going to start with the mountain here closest to the camera. Maybe we want to add another mountain here. Just to make sure if the camera moves really, really low, that we still have something to look at. And then we will have some really, really nice mountains. Okay, and let's be fast. Let's not try to do anything that is too complicated here. Just repeat this pattern. As I said, the part here at the bottom, I don't think that this will ever be visible. So this is just for safety measures. Just add a little bit of detail. As I said, we don't need to be very precise at this part. Actually, these are looking better than these in the foreground. That's a problem. Just let's add a little bit of outline here and there. Before we start doing the shading. Okay, I think that's fair enough. And we're going to do the shading. And since we have a really nice, easy pattern, we can just add a little bit of the white parts very fast. Set up the brush. We're going to do the white parts. No, let's not do the brightest parts first. Let's do them last. But let's just pick a color and do them on every mountain. Want to be a little bigger though. So now time is of the essence. Don't waste time with details that are not going to be visible. I'm really not used to drawing that much on one single day. More of a programmer type normally. And my hand is just starting to hurt more and more. I can just feel how my arm is becoming heavier. I think this level of detail is fine. Most of the mountains. As I said, if we put too much effort into this, we are going to just waste our time. Okay, let's go for the dark parts. Not try to be too lazy though, so overlapping shading has to be redone. something like this. Still want it to be look at least nice, or at least like we tried. And yeah, we should try. There's a little bit of shading everywhere. Just tiny little details, happy little details everywhere. Okay, now we're gonna go for the highlights. Also be a little bit careful where they work and where they don't. Always want to have so many nice mountains. And I think this is really looking like a nice little retro picture. For me at least. Just paint it very fast. And the last part, it's darkest part here, and then we are finished. So I see by doing these mountains like this, it's just going to work very fast. Oh, I forgot to highlight. Whoopsie. Just wanted to test how it looks without highlight. That's everything. Yes, okay, that's a really cheesy method of drawing mountains. If we add them together, we actually see we're not going to see many of these. Like, how much we will see in the game of these? Maybe this much. Yeah, but but at least we can now go there. Okay, so let's plan ahead. Would it be feasible to have a layer behind this? Yes, I think we should add another layer behind this. Just to have more parallax effect. Let's call these mountain layers. And they will be in level 2. They will not be in level 1 though. I don't think they are their quality is not high enough to put them in the first level. And I also want to put something in front of them, but I'm not sure what. Maybe some hills? So let's copy this layer here. And in front of this will be let's put rocks in front. Box 1 and box 2, and this will be these will be our 5 layers for the game. I think this is enough. So let's go ahead and make this third layer here. And you're going to be a really nice little third mountain layer. So let's start with the part that we want to be visible. Just want to have more mountains, but these ones are going to be blurry. So whatever we're going to do is just draw mountains. Draw more mountains, make them smaller. Really want to have really small mountains here. Okay, I should maybe use more variation. Something like that. So this is still very sketchy. Oh, forget it. We want to be sketchy here because we're going to blur them. We're going to blur them. I forgot that. Yes, of course. We're going to make them blurry. So now we are going to add more, and the outlines will be removed. So don't worry about the outlines. They're just to help me draw the first few lanes. And then after that we are going to just repeat these mountains, because I'm not crazy enough to, and not stupid enough to draw them over and over again. So for base color we want to take this brown and we are going to make it darker but also have less saturation. And that way we add a little bit of fogginess. And now we're just going to draw a normal picture, just as usual. But let's try something out. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, okay, that's a method where I can be a little bit faster. Because now I really want to be fast. Okay. As I said, let's not try too hard to make this correct. If there's error now, we're going to remove the outlines anyway, so it doesn't matter if there's error. To scale this down a little bit though. 4%, 40% please. Okay, now go for the dark parts. Okay, let's put the opacity down. And my hand is starting to hurt again. Nice. Thank you, hand, for telling me that you're still there. You're a valued part of me. Oh, no problem. Oh, hand, you can speak? No. It's unfortunate. I would like to have a conversation with my hand. Really, how does it feel to be a hand? What are you doing all day? Are you feeling comfortable right now? All those questions and no answers. Okay. So I somehow forgot to paint the mountains at the right side. Interesting. It's because they are not important. I don't like them anyway. They don't like me. That's what you get for spreading hatred. Okay, so let's enough with the bullshit. Now, I still forgot something. We have to make that this is going to indefinitely repeat itself. So the one easy method how you can do this is to just duplicate it. Put one here at the middle and the other one right next to it. Now we see that we have this ugly cut here. And to make sure that we don't have this, we're going to erase the outlines here at the layer that we actually want to use in the end. And redraw the outlines so that they match. What? Oh, okay. Then we want to make sure that we have... Oh. Guess that's a problem. Oopsie. So now we want to make sure that we have base color attached. Okay, so what we're going to do now is increase the pen again, put this to 0. And now we have to draw on this layer until the color looks fine. We want to do this until there's nothing left that is looking weird at the side. And I think we are already pretty close to that. Okay. Now what we want to do is we want to make those two into one continuous picture. So let's reduce them to one layer. See if that works, and then put them back again to the middle part. where they actually came from. Now we should have a repeating image. Let me just try this out. If I now, no, we shouldn't have a repeating image. That's not enough. I need to copy the part of it here. Put it to the side. Insert the copy. Insert the copy. Okay, I didn't copy it. That's quite annoying. Okay, let's try this again. And voila! Now it should seamlessly repeat itself. If we try to put this here, no, we need to cut it. If we try to put two of them besides each other, they should repeat themselves. Okay, let's look if they do. And they don't. Looks like they don't have the code typed. So what's wrong? That's weird. God damn it. Okay, let's start again from this here, this position. God damn it, how do I make this seamless? Wait. Oh. I actually think in the original there's a little error here. So we made a mistake when we were reducing those two to one layer. That's horrible. It should actually not happen. There's more than one problem though. The size of this picture here is off. Right. I can try to adjust them by hand. It's gonna take me a while. The hell? So I messed up with this. No doubt about that. I messed up. Damn. I didn't pay attention to this layer here and didn't put it into the right position. Now when I fit them together back again, it will never work. Oh, that's unfortunate. But, well, I guess there's no helping it. I'm going to do it again. Yay! Okay, let's duplicate this layer here. And now put this one to the side. Which is quite hard to do now. So let's wait for this. Okay, let's put this here. And the second layer. Because we just have to be careful here. To have exactly one pixel overlap. Yeah. And now we have to fix all this mess here. Okay, first let's fix the outlines. We're just going to redraw it. No point in pretending we didn't mess up. Oh, I accidentally only drew on the outlines layer, so this should make it a little bit easier to clean this up. Now I can just do new outlines and be faster. Now if I put those two layers together, they should match. Okay, let me see if I fail again. Okay, there's something snapping. Okay, this works so far. Now for the outlines. Come on, put me in the middle. Looks like Adobe doesn't want to help me here. So I just need to guess, I guess. Okay, now but delete this layer here. Let's for experimentation make this into a copy, make them into one layer. I don't have the feeling that this works. Oh dear. No. There's still a problem. Okay. The last problem is that we didn't get the brushes that we have on the right side of the layer. Like there. These here. So we need to do that. Okay, copy these layers. And put them in. Now they don't hold a lot of information, but they're necessary. Only problem is that I guess their position. That's not good. But whatever. Let's not get discouraged. Okay, now we duplicate this. Make this into one group. Let's copy this part, paste it, and see if it's going to repeat itself. Doesn't. There's multiple problems with this. Wait. Really thought we had it. It's annoying. Well, I'm going to fix this now. No matter the cost. So it works like this, but just put them next to each other. The overlapping side from the left side is going to overlap into the other layer, but it won't work vice versa, like this. And this also has to work. So for some reason, I didn't copy the correct informations. So if I just do this, insert this on top, put it to the position completely at the left. Now we should have a seamlessly repeating layer. Let's see if I'm correct or not. Yeah, it's seamless. I can even now remove this information here. And it will still work. It's nice. Okay. Now for the final part. Okay, I wanted to blur this. Let's just say I didn't say this. Yeah, I wanted to blur them. Let's first blur them. Okay, that's not doing too much. Let's do this by hand. Because if I do this by hand, I can make sure that I don't hit the edge. No, that's stupid. I don't hit the edges. It's going to be noticeable. So I need to do this filter over and over again. Until it gets reasonably blurry. Unfortunately, now we have a left side that is blurry. It's not what I wanted. We have to correct this part here now. What if we maybe select this and then start to make it blurry? Is it going to have the same result? Yes. That's unfortunate. So if we put them together now, we have this weird shape at the middle. I have a final idea how we do this, yes. What we can just do, since this is a seamless repeating texture, we can just copy it, put it next to each other 2 times. Now this should repeat itself forever. If done correctly. Yeah, it is. Now we're going. Also, let me take another look here. I also want to stretch this a little bit more. Okay, let's put them into one happy, nice layer. Okay, and now we can just blur it. Won't be a problem now. Until we have the impression that there's some kind of fog in the background. Yeah, just like that. Well, this adds just a little bit of perspective. Okay. Now the next part will be I'm going to pick this part of the picture and just repeat it all over again. Oh no. Okay, we still have one problem. I didn't see this. Let's make the background here black. There are these white parts that I don't want. So I guess I have to use the erasing tool. to get rid of them. God damn it. But I have to do this before we are blowing this out. God damn. Now I saved this, so let's go again to this step here. And where was this? Oh no, this is not a good copy. Was this seamless? I don't know. Help. Okay. Now let's put this here. Copy this and let's see if this is seamless. It actually is. So I don't need to kill myself now. Oh no, it isn't. God damn it, we have to repeat all this step all over again. Oh no, no, no. So. Copy this into this picture here. Find the right position. Which is not too hard to find. Okay. Now I think we still have the outline information. Ooh. No. But we can just try to get every layer. Yes, like that. Yes, yes, yes. And now we have done it. We have selected only the parts that we care about. Can we erase the rest? And this, let's check if the texture here, if the this is seamless. Duplicating it. And it isn't. Not yet. What? Why? Only if I put this on top. That's weird. But you guess what? If it works, it works. So. Oh, duplicate. Duplicate this layer. I'm gonna leave this once. Put those two together. Let's see if we have lost information. No. Now this is way bigger than we actually need. Let's see if it's seamless. Yes, now it's seamless. It's nice. There's only a little bit of texture here that we need to erase. Okay, but that's it. Now we're finished. You can get out. Oh. You can get out. You can get out. Okay, now this should be one picture that can repeat itself indefinitely. Let's see if that's right or not. Yeah. But I did something weird with the layers. Okay, I have an empty layer here. Okay, so I need to repeat this again. And now let's take a look. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, now let's save this, make those three into one layer, and let's start blowing them. Oh, we also want to stretch these layers a little bit. No, want the whole thing to stretch a little bit. And now we're going to make this look very blurry. Okay. Now they look this looks blurry. I feel like this is the most unprofessional thing editing that I've ever done for quite a long of time. So working with layers correctly for so long, doing it this way is really weird for me at the moment. But if it works, I guess. Okay, now we copy this, paste it on top. Paste it on top. Paste it on top. And you guess what? We're going to paste it on top. Wouldn't have guessed that, huh? Okay. Now we have this endless mountain picture. Going to reduce this to one layer. And now for the final touch, we're just going to copy the visible part because there's a part not visible underneath. This now. And let's test if this is still seamlessly repeating itself, which would be nice. Okay, let's move this to the sides. And it's working. Not at the other side though. The other side seems to be incapable. Just vanished. Okay. No, this texture is repeating itself. That's nice. Okay. So we don't need these layers here. This is our mountain layer. Okay. Now we have done it for today. Next time we are going to okay, we have done it for today. Let's take a last quick look at this. This is how this is going to look in the game. And then we are going to adjust the height of these mountains here. So thank you for tuning in so far. I thank everybody who tuned in or is going to tune in to the VODs and watch the later. Tomorrow we are going to do a little bit more backboard drawing, and hopefully we will finish with drawing all together tomorrow. I hope that we can do it today, but it didn't work out. Still, I'm very satisfied with the quality of backgrounds that we could, of assets that we could draw today, which are going to increase the quality of the game a lot. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Tomorrow I will be streaming again. I think I will try to stream before 3 p.m. in German time. And for everybody, goodbye. Thank you for tuning in and have a good night.